Good morning. Welcome to the Municipality of South Dundas's council meeting for Friday, December the 6th, 2024. Today, concentrating on the 2025 budget. Today, we will be presented all the documents for the 2025 budget and hope to have fruitful discussions on topics with the intent of returning on Monday, January 13th to start to finalize the budget. So as discussions happen today, we're not planning to make specific decisions, but certainly discuss through and come and get an idea, some direction, and then finalize in January the budget at that time. So with that being said, I have a motion that let it resolve that the council rise and reconvene into open session at 9:15 a.m. and that council direct administration to carry out actions as specified in the closed minutes session. Moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Smith. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so before I turn things over to CO Mills, just want to thank everybody for today's attendance and all everybody's prelude to all the presentations we're going to see and their hard work. And hope to have some great conversations throughout the day. Plan to go for an hour and 50 minutes, and then we'll take a break, lunch break, and we'll finish up this afternoon. So with that being said, we'll turn things over, kick things off to CEO Mills.
All right, thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, members of council, staff, and members of the public that are tuning in online. Thank you for joining us this morning for the presentation of our proposed 2025 budget. Before we get into specifics, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the tremendous effort that's gone into preparing the budget binder and the documents. Certainly the finance team, led by Treasurer Stewart and Deputy Treasurer Mason, directors and managers and support staff have put months into this work, and it balances off our need for fiscal responsibility. It's pretty detailed. There's some innovation in there and some problem solving that the team has worked on to get to this point. This morning's presentation will outline the proposed framework for the coming year and include our key priorities, initiatives, and investments in South Dundas, and there's a lot going on that we can be proud of. I want to specifically recognize our treasurer and deputy treasurer and turn it over to them in a minute. As we proceed this morning and get into this afternoon, we'll provide a detailed overview through departments of our financial position and economic outlook, and there are certainly challenges, especially in infrastructure and projects. Our priorities and initiatives for 2025, operational and capital expenditures, revenue projections and tax implications.
I guess just to discuss I guess the schedule, we will be starting with water, wastewater. After water, wastewater, we will do the municipal drains and then move on to operations and then capital last. Okay. So the 2025 draft water, wastewater budget. So just to start the schedule, so we'll go over the responsibilities of council. We'll discuss the budget, and then if there's any questions throughout the discussion, you can ask the questions, or at the end of each department, each section, we will stop for questions then as well. So, under the Safe Drinking Water Act, which was enacted in 2002, the people of Ontario are entitled to expect safe, high-quality drinking water. And as a member of the Municipal Council, you have an important role to play to ensure that the community has access to safe, high-quality drinking water. As a council, it's your duty to ensure that the residents have the safe drinking water. It's important to be informed, ask questions when and where needed, and be vigilant. The services we do offer for Morrisburg and Iroquois are water and wastewater, and of course Williamsburg is wastewater. The Water Department operates under a user pay model. water distribution and wastewater collection are fully funded by the user rates. They include the funds that are collected are for the operations and capital. Development charges currently, we do not currently have development charges in South Dundas, although we have commenced a development charges study in 2024. So as I said, it is a full cost recovery, so user pay model. Under this model, the revenue must equal the operating expenses and reserves. And of course, reserves are used for future capital projects. For water in Iroquois and Iroquois and Morrisburg, we're proposing a 4% increase. So this gives an example. If it's 11 cubic meter usage for residents in a month, their 2024 bill would have been $111.13 in Morrisburg. With the 4% increase in 2025, it would be $115.12. So an increase of just under $4. And in Iroquois, in 2024, it would have been $125.39. And with the 4% proposed increase in 2025, it would be $129.95 for an increase of $4.56. And that depicts the calculations for the various components. One thing that I didn't include on the slide is also Williamsburg. So last year, it was decided to go with, from our sheet, it was option 2. So to be able to pay to get to the targeted reserve of $48,000 per year, an increase of 34.6 over 2 years was needed, and that was the option that was decided to use. So in 2024, if you recall, we did increase the rates 34.6%. We did the same this year for the 2-year option, and that gets our reserves up to the $48,000 per year. And from there, like the increase won't continue at 34.6 to get that targeted rate, but we are now at that targeted rate, so it will maintain from there. So that to say that we are proposing the 34.6%. So with 34.6%, the proposed rate for 2025 would be $339.15. That's for the year. So operating expenses for water, wastewater are for the day-to-day activities, including the wages and benefits. We do source out the billing and collection of the water consumption. It's also for items like repair and maintenance, utilities, and communication. The reserves that we transfer, that we collect from the tax from the ratepayer, are used for payments of planned and unplanned capital projects. The intention to have reserves is so that if a capital project comes up in a year, there's not any significant spikes in the rates, so that we can look to the reserves to pay for these projects, and that way eliminate the spikes in the rates. Reserves are put aside based on based on the asset management plan and the water rate study that was in 2022. However, currently, we still aren't meeting the transfers suggested at this time. The reserves in place are for water and wastewater capital reserves. They're also in place for water, wastewater rate stabilization, and the Dutch Meadows Reserve is the final one. As I mentioned, the target reserve based on the study was $1.4 million for water and $1,000,001 for wastewater. So we're significantly under where the target needs to be. So the reserve logic is if we had an item that we needed to purchase, a large capital item, say it was $250,000, the cost of replacement, and we expect to replace it in 10 years, we would want to put away $25,000 per year in order to have the $250,000 in 10 years to pay for the capital purchase. So some of the capital purchases or projects that are being proposed for water, wastewater are the tank carbon. There's 3 hydrant replacements proposed, replacement of UV system, relining water main at Iroquois Plaza, and relining water, wastewater at Morrisburg. Manager Villeneuve will touch on those in a few minutes whenever he discusses his accomplishments and what he plans for 2025. So the 2025 draft capital budget, this is the detailed list of what is being proposed for the water and wastewater. And just below it, you'll see the funding for the capital projects. They'll be coming from the water and sewer reserves. Here's a summary of the reserves, what we're forecasting to be the closing balance for 2025, including the additions and the transfers out for various projects. And the water debt schedule to 2023. You'll notice in 2028 and 2029, it does significantly reduce, and that's because there are, in each of those years, there's a loan that reaches the end of its term. And the wastewater debt schedule to 2023. And I guess from there, I can hand it over to Manager Villeneuve.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, Mayor and Council. If I could, I'd just like to take a quick minute just to thank my staff for their hard work they did in 2024. We had some challenges. We took over compliance halfway through the year. We've had water breaks. We lost an operator she was pursuing her career in water and wastewater, and I just want to first of all, just say thanks to my staff for getting, to having a good year. I can start right off with the accomplishments we've had for water. So these are all, I'll pinpoint a few of the major ones that we've had. We achieved a perfect score of the ministry inspection. We commissioned a new water main for low-income housing. We replaced a GAC tank carbon at the water plant number 1, and we will be doing 2 and 3 this year. We had the divers in to clean out the clear well at the low lift. All hydrants were serviced and repaired and flushed. We had 2 audits this year actually, and we got reaccredited there, so that was good. We also carried out the rate study for both Morrisburg and Iroquois. That'll be finished in April of this year, and all the samples were collected for the deadlines. Yeah, so. So now for accomplishments that we had for the Morrisburg wastewater plant. So the ECAs were all individual for all the sewage plants. Now they're all consolidated for both Morrisburg, Iroquois, and Williamsburg. So there's one ECA. We carried out the rate study that'll, again, you'll hear repeated things, but that'll be completed in April. We installed some new pumps at the sewage plant. Transfer switches for the generators were completed. All the sludge was extracted and put on farm fields. We reinstalled the VFD at the Morrisburg wastewater treatment plant, and we collected all the samples as well for the wastewater. One I'd like to add, oh, sorry, I'll talk about that in collection, sorry. So sorry, now we're on to Iroquois wastewater accomplishments. Again, we revised the ECA, so they're all consolidated. We carried out the rate study for future growth. We reinstalled a new auger for sludge moving. Collected all the samples. The UV system was revamped by Trojan Technology. HVAC, it was inspection and graded. SCADA upgrades were completed. Biosolids transfer pump was assembled and installed, and pump heads for the alum were completed. So Williamsburg is a little smaller system, but there was some accomplishments there. Again, the ECA was, one ECA was put together. We flushed all the sewer mains throughout the whole town of Williamsburg, so every main was flushed in Williamsburg. There was a broken gate valve at the lagoon discharge. That was also repaired and completed, and again, the samples were collected for Williamsburg. So we're getting right into the capital right now, correct? Yes. So I have them here. Sorry, just 1 second here. So we have a few listed capital items. I'll start off with the water plant. We already had it pre-approved for GAC tank 2 and 3 to be replaced. I'd ask if since it's already been approved, we would like to get the GAC replaced in February. We had a pre-approved already with council in 2024. I would just like to get that done in February if possible, because it's a little slower time, and with the flows and stuff like that, it works out good to get it done then. And the other project that we have is the relining of the plazas. I know this is going to be a bigger discussion. Do you want to wait to the end for the plazas, or do you want to, would you prefer to?
Yeah, go ahead, and you can speak your part, at least.
Okay, so right now with the capital project, there's a relining in Iroquois for sewer. The sewer laterals in Iroquois were all completed in 2021 by Lloyd McMillan. Every sewer lateral in the Iroquois Plaza has been completed. I've been here 23 years. Never had a water break in the Iroquois Plaza. It's not to say that we might not get one in the future, but I don't think we need to address the water line at the plaza because there's been no issues there. But the sewer main is the only thing left of the Iroquois Plaza. I feel that that's one area that we should address. That's one of the capital projects for there. And in Morrisburg, in Morrisburg, the water and sewer both need to be replaced there. The laterals we've replaced a few laterals already in the plaza at the Morrisburg Plaza. They were no-crowed. There's still lots of no-crowed left in the plaza, and basically, if you don't know what no-crowed is, it's this tar paper for a sewer pipe that collapses through time. So it will need to be addressed in the future. So we have prices for relining of the plaza, or I also reached out to the engineering firm that it might be a cheaper option to actually just replace in Morrisburg instead of relining. I don't have that quote because I just don't know if you guys want to go through with potentially replacing, but we do have a price for the relining right now. And
what's your rough length?
pardon me?
What's your rough length of replacement?
Replacement?
Or just liner?
Well, relining here, I have the, sorry. So relining for the Morrisburg wastewater, it would be $410,000.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking what your linear meter is for line for the sewer.
Oh, I don't have, sorry, I don't have that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we,
I
we,
was just gonna guesstimate, Dennis, based on experience, how much it would cost us. to,
oh, okay.
do it.
Yeah, like I spoke to the engineering firm and right now, the way that it's laid out, the plaza in Morrisburg, it might not, if we were to replace, we probably wouldn't use the same design as it is right now. Cause right now, some of the laterals are fed from the front in the plaza, some are fed from the back. My recommendation be if we were to replace the water and sewer there, we'd have everything fed from behind. We wouldn't have it going through the middle of the plaza where there's interlock and stuff like that. We'd have it go through the back of the plaza. That would be my recommendation, but, if we go with the relining, then it's a different ballgame.
Sorry, what was your relining cost?
So the relining for wastewater was 410,000.
Yeah.
And for water, sorry, just 737. And the other capital project that I have is, it's for the UV system at the Morrisburg wastewater plant. So we were kind of dealt like a bad hand on this. We had a company called Calgon Carbon that was running the system. They reached out to me early this year, January, saying that they're no longer doing the UV system anymore, so we couldn't get parts. So at that stage in January, I purchased as much as I possibly could to keep it going as long as I could. Well, right now, we're at the stage that the parts that we have are, like, we're running out of parts and we have to replace this UV system. It's to replace the UV system, it's $438,000. The company that's called, $438,000 to just for the unit, and then to do the, we have to get it installed, and we have to get an electrician, and we have to get SCADA work done. The total is $531. The system that we'd be going to it'd be a Trojan system. Currently, right now, they're in Iroquois. We have the same system in Iroquois, so we'd be able to steal parts from each facility if need be. They're a Canadian-based company. But at this stage right now, there's not many options. We do have to replace it because what we have is running, we're running out of lights and balances, so it'll need to be replaced. Do you have any questions at this stage?
Oh, I think we're good.
Okay.
Common spare parts between the two wastewater plants would definitely be a benefit on the
Yeah.
Trojan system for sure.
For sure.
So through you, Mayor Broad, we're going to move on to municipal drains. So I'll just find the presentation.
Oh, okay, so it's common?
Yeah, so we probably have comments on, we didn't know if you're reviewing more of the
No.
water wastewater budget.
Then go ahead, please.
Yeah, so, yeah. Counselor Ward?
Well, thanks, Mayor. So sorry about that. I didn't know that we were done water. So I have a few questions about water sewer. So I guess the biggest question I have is I see that the water rate is actually offsetting the capital levy. So it's not by a whole lot. It's $951 that you're asking the water rate, you're pulling from the water rate to supply the capital to make sure it balances. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
So there's $951 coming from the water rate to fund what you need for capital to pay back, correct? Is that- Pardon?
It's the fund debt charge.
Debt charges.
Yes.
So my question, I guess, is why is there a balance of $951 coming from the rate?
Realistically, historically, the capital levy would be, that's the $1.03 per cube.
Yep.
If we're to even increase that a penny or half a penny, we're gonna be collecting too much. So, and realistically, it's that estimate is based on, is only an estimate of consumption. It could be higher, it could be lower.
Okay.
So to go through the effort of actually increasing the rate per cube is probably not really worthwhile, to be quite honest.
And is that the first year we've done that?
Last year that number was 2,700, but again, the consumption seemed to we're not getting the consumption that we had seen in the past.
Yeah, I think my comment to that, Mayor, is I think that's common everywhere in Ontario. As rates go up, people use less water. So I just think it's something to keep an eye on, because I think, you know, capital should pay for capital and operating should pay for operating. So if it continues to go in that direction, that's just a comment for the future. I mean, I'm not too concerned about $951, but if it becomes a pattern, I think we need to address the capital rate, is what I would like to see if that continues. And then my other question is, so I see that the relining is in all of the budgets, and it's coming out of the reserve. And then I hear the comment that we're not contributing enough money to begin with to the reserve. So it makes me nervous. So when I look at the reserve balance, which is the very last page on tab 20, the 2025 ending balance of some of the reserves is less than $1 million. And we have a lot of capital needs coming up, I'm assuming, through you, maybe to Mayor, to Dundas. Are you comfortable with those reserve balances? Like, would you prefer even maybe to Treasury? I guess my question is, we're borrowing from the reserve to do sewer and water relining. Should we be borrowing instead of borrowing from the reserve? Should we split that in half? Maybe we should borrow some from the reserve and then borrow the rest from Infrastructure Ontario? I just want to kind of get an opinion.
So through you, Ms. Mayor, yes, that is an option we need to consider. And you'll see in the next presentation for the operating budget, I do have some scenarios of financing possibly the plaza projects and what it will cost to finance. But yes, it will deplete the reserves, and that is a concern for sure.
Okay, all right. So that'll just be addressed later on. Sorry, I just don't know how the budget is laid out this year.
Yes, I think it's because it's a project that affects water as well as other departments, maybe we can have the conversation all together.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Yeah, Manager Villa.
Yeah, one other issue I'd like to address is I have in here for a distribution and collection in both facilities for Iroquois and Morrisburg. We have a paving budget of $10,000. The number that we put in, it's really like 1 year you could have 5 water breaks and the $10,000 you'd be over on the paving, and then next year your $10,000 you'd be good. So I just want you to understand that if we have multiple water breaks, that like that paving could come up higher is what I'm trying.
Right.
Just,
Yeah, that's
just so you're aware
that's
of.
on
Like we are budgeting 10,000. Is it enough? I don't. It is 1 year and the next year it's not. So it's kind of it's just a number out there. Just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of that.
Yeah, I guess in essence, it'd be best to take a look at a 5-year average and just have the average in would be, probably sufficient for sure. Councilor Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brad. I had a question about the Williamsburg sewer. We put in a very big rate increase last year, and we're proposing another really big rate increase this year. Now, if I was correct, or maybe I'm wrong, were we not last year with the rate increase very close to the target that we were trying to get for to max that out? I thought like option 2 was one step down from the top, which was very close, was it not?
Through you, Ms. Mayor, the option that was chosen was a 2-year option. So it would take the 2 years to get to our reserve target. So that's why the rate that was proposed or that was used last year is the same rate for this year, because it was a 2-year option. It required the 2 years to get to that target reserve. I'm just trying to think if I have something that I could, no, I can't, sorry, my computer's not hooked up, so I can't show it.
Sure, yeah, well, we could get that for a break time where we could just
Perfect.
look that up and refresh our memory
I
on that.
will do that.
Yeah, I think it's just worthwhile to refresh our memory, because when we get questions, then we'll have the refreshed answer on that. Councilor Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one more quick question through you, Mayor, to maybe,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Mr. Villeneuve, is the water meter replacement program here in our, how many water meters do we replace a year? Do you know roughly, if you had to guess?
Well, the meter replacement is kind of like, it's hit or miss, right? Like whenever one's not functioning right, that's when we go to replace it. So on average, I'd say we probably replace about 30 a year, for water meters that aren't just totalizing right. But that, I would say a rough estimate would be about 30 a year we replace.
Okay, so it's not on a asset management replacement schedule, I guess is what I'm,
No,
no.
No.
Are they all RFID?
no.
No. None of them are. Okay. So they're not RFIDs, you have to read them manually
Yeah, gotcha.
from the puck.
Yeah, a future project, you know.
So, sorry if I
Yeah,
may
no, go
ask.
ahead, yeah, of course.
So the new ones we're installing, we're not updating them to RFID, we're just putting in the same old, same old. Yes.
So through you, Mayor, the new ones that are going in, they're Badger.
Yeah.
So I'd like to have all the units all Badger, but the ones that, a future project we're looking down the road is actually going to cellular.
Yep.
And a chip can just be added to the ones that we're installing,
Okay.
and they'll be up to date.
Okay, that's perfect, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Questions, any other questions, comments on,
I get educated every time.
water and wastewater?
She's got it.
Yeah, no, it's good, for sure. Okay, Treasurer Stewart, we can move to municipal drains.
All right. So, we can go. Oops. All yours.
13.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is going to be a short little budget. My budget's pretty small. You have a list of accomplishments, updating of OMAP for mapping through the GIS program. We've had 4 drain abandonment requests in 2024, 2 tile drain loan applications. We've done a total of 8 maintenance projects, 1 section 76, which is an update of the assessment schedules. And I have participated in quarterly DSAO meetings, and also attended the Ottawa Valley Farm Show. And as you'll see attached is the current budget. Any questions? I don't have any capital projects because municipal drains is all paid by the landowners, so.
Yeah, of course.
Pretty
Municipal
quick
drain-
and simple.
Yeah, the budget is pretty
Yeah.
short from your department, it's pretty kind of dry. Councilor Smith?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor Broad. So there's been some issues or things that come up in the last month or so regarding beaver control. I just wondered if you could just maybe just quickly give us a rundown that if somebody calls with beaver dam, something in a municipal drain, how that affects our budget and who is responsible for what.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, as for me as the drainage superintendent, I'm responsible to make sure the water flows in the municipal drains. So typically I receive a call from a landowner, and either I will go out and inspect or send one of our trappers out to inspect. They'll do what they need to control the beavers. If there's a dam that needs to be removed, the cost of the trapper is what's billed to our trapping budget. The cost of removing the dam would get billed back to the municipal drain.
Okay, so and it gets billed back to the municipal drain, not at that time, but the next time that maintenance is performed on that drain, so it could be 10, 15 years down the road, or it could be within a few years.
Yeah, Mr. Mason, do you have a better explanation for that?
Thank you, through the chair to Councillor Smith. The Drainage Act will allow the municipality to collect costs for up to 5 years before we have to levy out to the watershed. And depending on how much beaver dam removal is, if it's $1,000, if it's $5,000, we would just keep that until we would apply for the grant the following year, as long as it's above $500. And then we would leave it in the GL for future bill out, just in case there is maintenance required or another dam removal. There are some that are repeat offenders.
Okay.
Any other comments on municipal drains? All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Treasurer Stewart.
All right, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we will proceed with the rest of the operating budget. So I will. I will start with a summary, and then we'll move on to each department to discuss their accomplishments, budget notables, and if there's any questions throughout, feel free. Of course, we'll stop at the end for further questions, and then move on to capital. Fair enough. Here it is. All right. So 2025 budget. Of course, our budget must be balanced. It's mandated by the Municipal Act. To support the municipal services, there's operating and capital. Operating being salaries, wages, repairs, maintenance, contracted services, to name a few. And then, of course, on the capital side, it's identified projects that we will be completing, purchasing in the year for that budget, so in 2025. I guess there's a delay. Budget background. So when preparing and approving a budget, council considers the needs of the community, service levels, and legislative requirements. And staff is faced with delivering core services, addressing aging infrastructure, and long-term financial planning with limited resources. The principles in preparing this draft budget are maintaining existing levels of service, identifying and implementing efficiencies, ensuring our user fees for services are appropriate, and ensuring capital projects align with asset management principles. When we prepare our budget, we usually start early fall. We have staff submit their initial budget requests. It's reviewed by finance, and then finally, finance, the CAO, and the departments meet. Sometimes there are several meetings until we come to this draft budget that you have today. So budget framework, as I said, all municipalities are mandated through the Municipal Act to prepare a balanced budget. Council is required to approve a balanced budget each year before the final property taxes can be billed. The operating budget, probably one of the most important documents of the municipality. It serves as a planning tool to guide directors in their day-to-day operations. The major components of the operating expenditures being wages, there's transfers to reserves, debt charges, and of course the operating goods and services. Salaries and benefits being the largest component of the total operating expenditures at approximately 41%. So to review, salary costs have increased due to the full effect of the compensation review that was completed and implemented in 2024. There's grid movement for employees that are eligible, and this year it's a 3% wage increase based on the cost of living adjustment policy that was put in place, I believe, in 2023. New positions that council is asked to consider are 2 full-time in admin, 2 students for fire and emergency services, 2 students for facilities, 3 students for programming, 1 arena seasonal for recreation, and 2 summer seasonals for public works. Each department will also touch on these additions, so if you have any questions, they will be discussing it at that time, and you can ask your questions to the department head. And of course, fire and emergency services requesting a prevention officer to fill the previously vacant position of admin assistant. Taxation and PIL make up half of the revenue required for the day-to-day operations of the municipality. So taxation and payment in lieu is 68%, and 13% is for reserves. Grants and donations make up 6%, and user fees 13%. There is no market value assessment from MPAC in 2024. The growth in assessment for 2025 is just over 14 million, which translates into 94,768 in additional tax revenue. The anticipated tax revenue will be based on, or will come from 70% residential, 9% farm, 12% commercial, and 9% from other classes. The taxes collected by the municipality aren't only for South Dundas. Only 42% remain in the municipality. The balance, 46%, is to the United Counties of SD&G, and 12% of what we collect are for the various school boards. So budget considerations. Over the last few years, we have seen a significant increase in interest rates, and of course now they're starting to decline. So for us here, with the reserves that we hold, it will result in a decrease in interest earned on those reserves. But then on the other side of it, if there is direction from council to finance perhaps some projects because of the lower interest rates, that we will see a direct benefit on that side of things. As well, anticipated just over 144,000 of donations to support capital projects. Our budget challenges. So as always, sufficient staffing to meet the current levels of service, increase in the reserves for future capital needs, and of course, the rising cost of material and services in operating and capital budget continue to be a challenge. As well, staff submitted requests for capital projects and purchases in 2025. Many of the projects that you'll see in the capital budget and spreadsheet that we have, you'll see that many of them we did postpone, and we can have a discussion on that as to perhaps there's some projects that council would like to see this year, or perhaps others that you do want to postpone to another year. And of course, another challenge is funding from federal and provincial levels. More funding could be used for facilities, infrastructure, et cetera. To fund the draft budget that we're proposing, a net levy requirement of 9.9 million to fund what we have here today. This represents 12.04% increase in the levy from 2024, and it includes growth. Based on an average of assessment of 211,000, this would mean an annual increase, and I do say on here for the lower tier, but that is the total increase, including upper tier and school board. For our portion alone, it would be $150 a year increase. And this just kind of gives a little more detail of the calculation. There's quite a lot to it, but ultimately it shows the effect on the residential tax bill at the bottom of the $242,099 that I had mentioned. So depending on what we discussed today, there could be changes to that, obviously.
Yeah, I would say, quick question, Treasurer. The counties is now at 4.89.
Yes, which is whenever we prepared this.
Yes,
we
of
did.
course.
So I did do another sheet
Okay, perfect.
showing the
Yeah.
new counties,
Okay,
yes.
Okay, perfect.
So actually, to touch on that, $242.99 is what it was. With the county's new estimate, it's now $216.34.
216,
$216.34.
216.34, okay.
Oops. I guess this slide just to show the change, the increase by department on the proposed levy. And you'll see towards the bottom, we did include the growth. So tax rate effect, for every percent change, we need $88,000, $88,100. Go back to this one. It's an important number.
It is important.
So, just on that, so going back a few slides then, to the totals, here, if we're at 216.34, 1% decrease changes that by, we'd have,
Oh, the dollar amount?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I know, maybe if you don't have that at your fingertips, that would be something just to keep us in mind, right?
Sure.
With that, on the average assessment, what does that mean? So,
We can get that ready as well.
yeah, we can,
Yeah, for both, yeah.
you know what I mean, just to say,
Absolutely,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
What is our individual and then what is it?
Yeah, it's a few dollars for sure, just, then we would know, right, what that represents, yeah. Yeah, question for, and then the average is 211, is that average or medium?
I believe when I looked it up, it was the average.
The average, okay. Would, and I don't
Okay.
need to have this second, but would we know what the medium is?
I could-
No. Is it available easily?
We
That-
could find it.
You can find, yeah, I don't need it this second, but
It's not something,
it's-
sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's not something we would find today, but we
Okay.
would find it.
right, okay. Good. That would be interesting to know for January, for a meeting on January 13th, because that would indicate to us how many taxpayers are above or below the medium, right? So that, how many people does that affect? Yeah, not required for today, but it'd be an interesting statistic for us, I think, to know on an overall impact. That's what we're looking at, a significant budget, right? That's, okay, very good.
Okay. All right, so I'll just do a quick overview of the capital budget, and then we can get on to the departments, and they can be speaking to their capital projects. So our capital costs, so capital items that are amortized and recorded, so those are the larger items, larger purchases or projects. Minor capital being, they're neither amortized nor recorded in the tangible capital asset listing, so smaller projects, like small equipment, playground surfaces. And then there's the incremental, which is studies and small projects. So it's the larger capital projects that we include in the asset management plan, say. And sources to pay for these capital projects, reserve and reserve fund, of course, grants and donations, and then finally, we would use the tax base to fund. But ultimately, our goal is to have everything go through the reserve and reserve funds. One of the largest challenges in maintaining the aging infrastructure while meeting the needs of the community and keeping annual levy changes at a reasonable rate year after year. And as you've seen from the asset management plan, the current needs for investment in municipal assets far outweigh the funding we currently have available. From that, staff's required to make difficult decisions as to which assets or projects require the immediate attention, and in many cases, it's resulting in a reactive versus proactive approach to maintaining our assets. %50 of the capital funding comes from the reserves and reserve funds, while only 15% comes from our current tax base. Quick overview by department. So the summary, as you will see from when we discuss it on a more detailed basis, it has been significantly reduced from its original. All the projects that were submitted are included in the detail. As I said, it has its own column, anything that was removed. And although this budget does not include debt financing, that is an option that is available to council. And here's the scenarios I included. So 4 scenarios. First one, if we were to borrow 2 million, 10-year versus 20 years. The current rates that that are quoted right now are 4.09 for 10 years and 4.53 for 20. So it shows the annual payments and the total interest paid with each scenario. And of course, depending on how council wants to proceed, I can certainly do a more detailed scenario with different options. Asset management. So the goal of the asset management is to help improve the way the municipalities plan for its infrastructure. The last, I guess, step or project to complete the asset management plan before we start the rotation of continuing to update is a 10-year proposed level of service, and includes life cycle management strategy and how to address the shortfall between the current and proposed levels of service. So that will be coming to council on December 11th. We'll be starting the discussion on that. Here is, I guess, the funding that is needed versus the funding that we're proposing for the 2025 budget. The orange is the budget proposal. So again, just to show you that we are still very much on the low side of what is recommended as far as reserves for our assets. Oops. And again here, the reserve and reserve fund is this summary of what we're proposing for transfers in and transfers out, and of course the closing balance in 2025. And with the discussion on financing, it is mandated by the municipalities to maintain a debt financing charges below 25%. We are well below that 25% because our net debt charges for 2023 were just over $1 million. And the estimated annual repayment based on the financial information return is just over $2.5 million.
So just to expand on that, so we're all clear, we have the ability to repay up to 2.5 million per year, and currently we're at 1 million.
We have the ability for an additional 2.5.
We have an additional,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
So then our ability is 3.5 and we're at 1.
Yes.
Very good, okay. And we have not taken on any new debt in 23 or 24.
That's correct.
And there's nothing currently planned for 2025, currently.
Currently.
In this budget. I guess the last loan was Taylor Road Bridge. Hey, Tom, we were at that meeting. Taylor Bridge Road, that was the last debt. When we started thinking going forward, it'd be interesting to see what the interest rates were for the last couple loans, and then what we're looking at going forward to see how inflation, what the market has done, and where we're at. Could be an interesting part of the conversation in the future, at a future time.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Smith, yeah.
So, yeah, so just to expand on that again, so we have no actual debt ceiling but we have a ceiling on what our repayment maximum for any given year can be. So there's no actual, so then I guess for the municipalities that are getting close to their repayment schedule, they could just choose to take a loan out for 20 years instead of 10 years. So that's,
yes,
right,
right,
so
right,
that's,
right.
yeah,
That's-
no,
yes.
we're not anywhere near close to that.
It's a debt ceiling
Yeah.
depending on what the,
Yeah, so we have no actual limit to the amount we can borrow, but we just have to, we have a responsibility to show that we can pay it back, that our yearly payments can only
That's
be
correct.
that much.
And you're
yeah.
right in your, what you're saying, 10 versus 20 years. So if we're getting too close to our limit in 10 years, if you extend the term 20 years, it does lower our annual payment. So we've already touched on most of this, but it just shows where we're at as far as our long-term debt schedule. There we go. And finally, grants and donations. So the municipality continues to accept municipal grant applications until December 23rd. That's the deadline. And staff will present those applications early in the new years for council to consider. So if there's no, are there any questions before we proceed?
Yeah, Councilor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just to talk on grants and donations, so is the amount in the budget the exact same? So we haven't changed it from last year?
It's down 80,000 versus 88, I think.
Yeah, so why did we, why did we do that? Is there something we're not paying for? Like, why did we decrease it, I guess? Just to fit in the budget, or?
It's,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Ward, in the budget discussion of 2024, council opted to potentially bring in 13,000 from the reserve to fund the additional dollars. We didn't propose that, so that's always an option, but we just reduced the amount that was budgeted to be brought in 2024 from reserves is 13,000, and we reduced for 2025, we just reduced the expense line to 8,000. So that's always an option that you can look at within yourselves.
so I guess from there I can pass it on to corporate services.
Thank you, Julie, and through you, Mayor Broad, to council. I also want to extend a big thank you to the corporate services team. We had a really great year, a very busy year, as you can see from the statistics and some of our accomplishments, but I'll start with the projects that we were able to complete in 2024. So one of them being our VoIP project, so that's our voice over IP phone system. When this report was written, the installation date was going to be mid-December. We did run into some issues. The counties have been a great partner in this capital project, and they're certainly leading the way. They have all the equipment and they're doing all the testing they need to make sure that when we're ready to switch over the phone system, that everything works. And of course, in that testing, there was a little bit of a snag with some of the bell lines. So they're working very hard in the background on the infrastructure. So we're anticipating that this should be installed by mid-January now. So there's a bit of a delay on the final leg of this project, but I'm very confident that once we have the system up and running, staff, residents, council even will notice a significant difference in the phone service and the abilities that it will have to improve efficiencies. The second capital project, as you know, is the council audio system. So the mics that we're speaking into now are all new microphones. This has certainly improved the quality of our online streaming services. We're not having issues with sounds where mics are dying mid-presentation. So this has been a really positive improvement. And of course, it wasn't just a plug and play. There was a lot of work, again, from the counties that they were played a big role in this project to get some of the technology where it needs to be. We also have accessible devices for any person who may have some hearing impairments. So when they come into council, that they can have a device in their ear and they can hear people clearly. We have yet to use that in our council chambers, but we do have it for those people who come and watch us live, rather in person. The last capital project was our electronics record project. We considered switching to a SharePoint platform, but there's still some work to do from a records management perspective before we pull that trigger to move into a different system. So we've been working very closely with FileHold, who's our current software provider for our electronic records. And there's some improvements that we're making with our current system so that we have a really good understanding of our records, how they're filed, how they're managed departmentally, so that when we move to a different platform, if that's the direction we choose to go in. So there wasn't much money spent on this electronics records capital project. As we proceeded through the year, it just wasn't feasible to, I guess, pull that trigger until, especially myself, have a much better understanding of our records here. And electronic records or records management is in a project that has an end date. It is ongoing all the time, but happy with the progress we made in 2024. Some other notable changes that were made is we in February of last year, we made the decision to move reception back to the second floor where it was originally located for many years. We've seen a huge positive impact with this change. The public have much better access to staff. It allowed for cross-training between various departments, including our receptionist, our customer service representative, our asset management coordinator, our planning technician, our ACTEV and comms coordinator, the deputy clerk, we share reception coverage. There's a better communication stream between staff and people who come into the office. So it's been a very positive change, and I think staff are happy to be back upstairs on one level where we're all together. In March of last year, we spent a few days at the archives. The archives is a shared space that we use for our government records, including historical records, municipal records, and we have an agreement with North Dundas and South Dundas, where we fund the archives together. So space is always an issue at the archives. There's a lot of boxes, a lot of paper. So the deputy clerk and I spent a few days in the last spring, doing some records purging. So just getting rid of records that we no longer need or we don't need to maintain from a records management perspective. And this ties into one of the capital projects that we're asking for the archives to help digitize the records. The solution to the space issue at the archives is going to be digitizing. So being able to give our archivists the tools to be able to do that on an ongoing basis. And I won't get too deep into these stats. They kind of speak for themselves. But there's been a huge increase in our social media followers. So we've had, our account has increased 98% from 2023. Our content interactions have increased approximately 78%. We have new followers, 124% increase from last year. Similar numbers for Instagram. So we're reaching a lot of people. If anyone follows our Facebook page, there's always information coming out on programming and changes that are happening in the municipality. So it's been very successful. And just from a high level, just looking at, and of course, these totals reflect up until the report was made, so they obviously probably have changed a little bit, but we've, the corporate services team issued 602 burn permits, 412 dog tags, 326 burial permits, 50 lottery licenses, 5 short-term rental agreements, farmer market licenses, 5, 3 refreshment vehicle licenses, 41 marriage licenses. So it's been a very busy year for licensing and permitting. And I want to just thank the staff again for managing these requests when they come in, because sometimes they're very, depending on the time of year, it's a very high volume, and they're managing that with their day-to-day responsibilities. Just highlighting some professional development that some of the team participated in. There was AGCO lottery license training, the municipal administration program. We have a staff member who's completing Unit 1. There was CPR training, mental health training, AI training. Our acting economic development officer completed her first year of the economic development program. Our deputy clerk completed municipal clerks level 2. We attended conferences, customer service training. So it's ongoing learning. We have a team that's very eager to learn as much as they can and share that information with staff and their teammates. So I'm very proud of this list. And next is the capital sheet. So as you can see, want me to talk on this or this part? Sorry.
If you want to keep it to the end, that's fine.
Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, we're gonna just want to hit, yeah, on the Congressman, no, thank you for all the work through 2024. Do you want to briefly go through some of the line items that,
sure.
that have the impacts, I think is the most important piece. And
Yeah, absolutely. So one of, let me just see here where we can
I
go.
was just noticing, I can kick it
Yeah.
off, I mean, this is kind of a question, and it comes up all the time, even
Mm-hmm.
at county council. Transfers from reserve is 40,000, transfers to reserves, 20,400, which is a delta of 19,600. Is there a treasury reason why we wouldn't just, make the, is that to do with the in the out and just do an out of 19,600? Is there like a specific tax reason, counting reason, tracking reason?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to transfers in, that's generally, this transfer in, for instance, the very bottom line, which
Right.
is transfers to reserves, that's hitting like 6 different reserves. 4. 6 is a lie. 4 different reserves. When it comes to transfers out, it's very specific and it's coming from 2 reserves. So it's actually, it is an accounting practice to
Right, okay.
spaghetti them apart.
Understood. Right, yeah, because we're using reserve money from a specific account to pay for a specific thing, and then we're putting that back in, we're spreading it out over different ones.
An example of the transfers from is that one of the transfers is for the administration capital program, but there's also transfers for the funeral program, and there's also transfers for the eyewear program.
Right.
All of those are covered to that one line.
Covered in that one line, okay. And that would then be true every sheet we see, it's gonna be the typical same response. Clerk LeBrun?
So, thank you, Mayor Broad, and through you. If there's any specific line item council wish to ask about, that's fine. Happy to answer. I believe CAO Mills will speak to one of the lines as well. I do want to bring your attention to the telephone and internet line. You'll see that we've increased that. Now, that is from the VoIP project, being able to consolidate our copper lines. It actually decreased our phone bill quite significantly. I believe I'm, okay. So I think that's where that decrease came from. But yeah, if there's any specific questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. It's more of a treasury question and not getting in specific numbers, but the wages and benefits, is that include the support services from various departments as well in your individual budget items?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it is just the admin department's wages. It includes their request for 2 additional staff as well.
Okay, so if, just to clarify again, if somebody is supporting admin that's from rec, you're not accounting for that wage in this line item? Okay, it's separate per department.
There is some areas where we do, for instance, Treasury, we do work for, well, I guess that's why the difference, water, wastewater, so we do charge them for a portion of the wage. But in this,
wastewater, it's not per interdepartmental. Okay, that's good.
is there any? No, that's it.
Good question, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
CAO Mills?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, on the budget line where there's an addition in wages and benefits just over 89,000, that includes a request for an HR advisor position to be added to the org chart. A couple things for council to consider. The biggest part of the budget, and as moving forward, I think, is we want to ensure we're sustainable financially, and that includes with infrastructure and projects, but also with operations and service delivery. You saw the stats through comms and what an amazing job staff have done with the community engagement. And that's kind of the balance we have here, where we're trying to engage the community, keep them informed. At times, with our comms, it can be 24/7. We're contacting Tia, and if Tia's not available, other staff to make sure, whether it's an emergency or something else, that we're constantly keeping the community informed, which we should. And that's then where the ask comes for HR advisor as well. It's essential for small municipalities like ours to develop our workforce. There's a lot of compliance issues, risk management, recruitment and retention, employee relations and development. So that's the ask there with, and the request through council for an additional position. The overall increase on the budget line for corporate services is just under 5%. I don't have it in front of me, just under 5%, I believe.
Yeah, 60,000, 831 out of 1.2 million, so. around
So you'll see
5%.
there, under the administration expenses, there are some brackets there, which means a reduction. Yeah, and then the overall impact to the increase is, sorry, I had it and I didn't write it down. Just under 4%.
Yeah, Councillor Ward.
Thanks, Mayor. So I just have a question, and maybe I'll regret asking this question, but, so legal fees, we spent 30,000 in 2024, and I know that's not up to date, obviously, because we're still in December. But you're asking for 50,000 in 2025, and an HR advisor. Can we drop the legal fee? Like, why are we asking for more if we didn't use that much in 24? Why are we going up another 10 grand? Actually, 20 grand.
I think we reviewed, honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to come back to you. We can caucus.
Okay, yeah, I
Yeah,
understand. That's fine. Big
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we'll follow up. This
We'll
is
follow up.
definitely
Yeah, and come
something
back to
we'll
that
take away from it, find out what our year end is.
Yeah.
And then think about on the HR, position, are some of those details we're working with, through that, a crossover, right? So it's a good
I'd rather
question.
give a comprehensive answer
No,
than
for sure. No.
than to spitball.
No, that's fine, yeah, I just think that maybe if we could look at that number, it just caught me off guard, because it's 30 and we're asking for,
Yeah.
Sean Mason is,
Again, historically, though, we could look at historically too, right?
well, yeah, just,
But it's a 66% increase rate.
yeah, that's fine.
Deputy Treasurer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That number of $30,000, we've received no legal invoices since October. So we still have 2 months of costs to
Right,
to bring in there.
Okay, so maybe we can just look at it in January and we can.
Yeah,
make decisions.
sure.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Yeah, a good practice would be to keep that line to a minimum with all the work we're doing, but we do have them, right? Even just for land transfers and regular work, right? So, Clerk LaRun?
Thank you, Mayor Broad. So the last item that we could discuss is the capital budget. So we're asking for $30,000. So 15 of that would go towards the archives digitization. So that would be purchasing a large plotter scanner, potentially a lift for the archives, some extra shelving. And of course, 50% of that will be recovered by North Dundas, so the impact is half of the 15. And the other project that we're looking for council support is to continue modernizing municipal services. Although we've done some great improvements with our technology, there's still some work to be done. So some examples of where we'd like to use some modernization funding is to upgrade, well, we'll need to upgrade this smart TV or a different version of that perhaps. Some more monitors for our conference room downstairs so that when we meet with developers and members of the public, our stakeholders that we have a screen that we can bring up presentations and also have conference calls as well. So all this would fall under the municipal, this capital project, and we would follow our procurement to decide what we need. And if council wishes to get, for us to come to bring those reports to say, hey, this is what we want to do with this capital money, then we can do that as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, our strat plan, operational excellence, one of our pillars is implementation, digitalization, modernization of services, which we can continue to do. And I think even in your accomplishments of all the permits, many of them now are moving, used to be paper, and are all moving more electronically, especially on the burn permit side. That's all happening, and as we continue that, most of them become electronic, which then helps us overall from a modernization standpoint. Any questions on corporate service budget at this point? All right, maybe I suggest we take a 15-minute, 10 to 15-minute break, 10-minute break at this time. Okay, continuing on with our budget presentations. Treasurer Stewart, next topic.
All right, through you, Mr. Mayor. Next is council's budget.
I guess that's me.
Can I go first? Can I go first?
Go ahead, CEO
Okay,
Mills.
so through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to talk about council. Maybe I'd start off by saying that the true measure of council and your presence is that we will often get asked why you weren't there rather than the other way around. And what I mean by that is the presence of council is in the community is known, and you've set the bar pretty high by being present at so many events, and that not only shows support for community organizations and the events that are ongoing and individuals even for celebrations, but also for staff, because there's a lot of staff things that staff are doing. There's the parade coming up and the toy drive, for example, that I know council will be present at and they're proud of. And that, as the CAO and as senior staff, I can tell you that's very much appreciated on our end. So on to the first slide there, we've had the opportunity over the course of the year and Roma's coming up next month, all of a sudden we're in 2025, but through Roma, the Good Roads Conference, AMO, and Eastern Ontario Municipal Conference, there's a slide later on about that we've been very active as administration, but certainly on council to ask the ministry and different ministries for support for initiatives that are potentially going to happen in South Dundas or are ongoing. We look forward to, as staff, working with council closely to advocate for funding at the provincial and the federal levels. And that's another thing that council can be proud of, that we're meeting regularly with our MPP, Nolan Quinn, who's now minister, and MP Duncan to advocate on our behalf. And they're the present MP Duncan has office time here on Thursdays with his staff. And I was just in contact yesterday, for example, with the MPP's office about something that's ongoing. So there's an open line of communication between all three levels of government that I think has been made a priority by this council, and that is certainly going to help us long term. The highlight there, one is that we talked to the Minister of Infrastructure about our needs, our capital needs, and we're hopeful that it's going to result in positive grant funding for us moving forward, including the plazas. Another one which seems small, which is definitely, sometimes it's the small things, but the Iroquois locks, and I mentioned that at the last council meeting and gave an update at the last committee of the whole, actually. And we've seen a major difference there. And recently in the news, we've come to understand that the seaway is only at half capacity. They could take twice the volume through there, and what that would mean for us as a municipality as that continues. And there are definitely upgrades that are going to be ongoing at the locks that we need to pay attention to, because there might be more activity there. So that's a positive what advocacy for council did there. We've been engaging with the community, especially with our youth. So there's a lot that's been done there with Council Ward and the Youth Advisory Committee, but with the schools as well. And we are eager to continue to partner with the schools, especially the Upper Canada Board's looking at real world learning. We understand that they're potentially going to offer a construction or home building program, and they're talking to Vailcraft right now about a program with Seaway and Vailcraft's right across the road. It would make sense. But people are paying attention, just not about what we're doing as providing services to the community, but also that there's the leadership from council. There's a highlight there too with we have an annual Truth and Reconciliation ceremony that's well received by the community too, and the schools attend. And I noted the professional development, and there's always comments that will come at times of why are you going here and why are you going there? And the reason we're going there, which includes those 4 conferences and other things, is first of all, you want to know what your competition's doing. Like we need to be we are on the map and we're on the move as a municipality, and there's lots of good things happening. But you need to be present and engaged in order for that to continue. You'll want to learn new things. So when we're there, we go to our going to be an area for growth for us as a municipality, that we're the furthest away from the SDNG center, the office. We're the furthest away at times from what shared services are provided through the city of Cornwall. And sometimes we're forgotten, but at other times it's our problem that we don't advocate as much or engage as much as we should. And that's improving a lot through our work, as I mentioned, with the MPP and the MP, and engaging everybody else in the community service providers. You know, Director Jansen, for example, gave a report, and the Cornwall Youth Hub, the Youth Hub was here to provide service. I know we're looking at other people to come in and provide service for us as a community, which is well needed, especially on the youth side and the counseling side. So as far as the budget goes, you've had a chance to look it over. There's not that much of it's pretty much status quo there, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor, and other members of council if they would like to comment.
Yeah, thanks, CEO Mills. Yeah, I think we kind of already discussed the grants and donation lines is 80,000, totally adjustable. Certainly when we get all the requests in for our January meeting, we can look at that line. Otherwise, obviously, hundreds of hours, hundreds to thousands of hours in meetings and events. As you know, I've got the Matilda tree lighting tonight, Santa Claus parade tomorrow, charity hockey game Sunday, right? Just continue to be lots of activities throughout the communities. Just to speak on the advocacy piece and all the conferences, continue. There's, provincial government continues to hand out money. We just got to be in line and make sure they're aware of our projects and of all the, work of all our directors managers do to, put reports together and come up with ideas. We just got to continue to be there and advocate for it. Do delegations directly with either the PAs, the assistants, and or the ministers directly, and or Mayor Fraser showed me the way, even in between a minister going to lunch and a delegation, talked me down the hallway and talk about, our farmers are trying to get milk to Parmalat, so all our agricultural, thinking about Liscombe Road, right? And we talked to the minister in a hallway about Liscombe Road, and just continue to talk and make sure they know what we've got on our plate and what the challenges are ahead. Any other questions, comments on council's budget at this point? Well, thanks CEO Mills for sharing those highlights of the last year and more to come. Treasurer Stewart.
So next being Treasury. Let's see. Accomplishments for 2024. So of course, asset management plan. The second deadline was the non-core assets. So we now have complete the core and non-core assets presented to council, and it's been approved. It's now on our website for everyone to see. And as I mentioned, there's a third deadline, which is due July 2025. Other accomplishments, we implemented the digital timesheets for staff and the water department. So the way we used to do it, each individual would prepare a timesheet, whether it's on paper or electronically, send it to our payroll coordinator. He would enter it into our accounting software and process payroll from there. The way it is now, our accounting software has a module that accepts electronic timesheets. So we started with staff and had them enter the timesheets electronically. It's made available to their supervisors immediately so they can approve it right away. And then from there, it's just a quick upload to our accounting software. So it eliminates an extra step of data input, which potentially could be, errors in input. So it completely eliminates one step, which is nice. So right now, it's staff on the water department. Hopefully in 2025, we can roll it out to the rest of the employees of the municipality. We also successfully implemented the cash receipt uploads. So when residents go online to their banking portal and make a payment to the municipality, generally for taxes, we get a report every morning from each financial institution of what those payments are, and it's line by line. What we used to do is every payment that came in, we would have to enter the account number, verify the name on the account, and then enter the amount paid for each payment received. When it comes to tax due date, the month of, we generally have quite a list of payments to input. Now what we get is an electronic version from one bank, not all the banks, but it's for all the banks, but it's our host bank sends it to us. We upload it, and it automatically goes into our accounting software. So no input errors to risk. It's a quick upload. It saves a lot of time. So it's a nice feature to have. We have done some various training and development. The deputy treasurer and I went to an OMERS session, and we've had the treasurer's forum and various other treasurer's meetings, and other staff training that we were involved in. We continue to update policies and procedures. One of the policies in 2024 was the asset retirement obligation, which I ultimately, whenever we did our year end, our auditors appreciated the information we gave them. It was all good, and they were able to use it in the year end without further questions, without any issues of having to go back and redo anything. It was well done and well appreciated by their auditors. Budget notables. I guess if I go to our budget, you'll see an increase to the tax certificates and admin fee. So we did increase the fee to the water department for the services we provide to the water department. The interest income, it is higher as far as budget compared to last year, but we don't anticipate it to be as high as current year actual because the interest rates are going down. I guess one other notable is the wages and benefit line. There is one staff moving from the admin to treasury, so that'll be a direct report to treasury. Other than that, as far as salaries and benefits, of course, there's the CPI of 3% and staff in the department that have movement on the grid. Last thing is the software. Past years, the software was all under admin, and now it's going to each department based on who uses what software. So our portion of the software expense is now in our budget. We all have our own budget lines, so that's why you see nothing last year and 12,000 for us this year. It originally, in past years, was under admin. And that's all I have right now, if there's any questions.
The audit fees, so that's MNP, Jamie's quote for 20, we
Yes.
continue to, I know we talked this at a council meeting a few months ago, those continue to go up, so do we go to RFP on that? Will we be doing that? I can't remember from that
We
council
will be
meeting.
doing that in 2025.
So, okay, well, for
Yes.
this year, we'll be going for it on that, okay. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Just a question, on the municipal-owned property taxes, do we have a breakdown of taxes we pay for vacant land versus lands that we occupy?
They all have their own roll number, so we would have a list of various properties.
Is that possible we can get that for future? Just interested to see, I know we're talking about, property assessment and selling some of our remnant, pieces, and I'm just interested to see how much, if we do sell or get rid of or hand over, how much of a reduction that would be. It may be minor, but it's still,
Yep, we can
and I
certainly
knew,
gather.
I just knew your buddy was gonna put his hand up.
Deputy Treasurer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Deputy Mayor St. Pierre. When it comes to vacant properties, as you alluded to, typically most of those are already exempt, so there's no property taxes on them. The property taxes on the situation you see here would be for properties that trying to think of the landfill, for instance, we have to pay property taxes on landfill. Two of Dennis's plants, we have to pay property taxes on that. So typically they're, if it's vacant land, it's exempt, but we'll get the list and you'll see that for yourself.
And exempt from county and education as well?
Exempt.
Exempt total?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you, I didn't know that, thank you.
Okay, continue on, Treasurer Stewart.
So from there, we will go to Fire and Emergency Services.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, just going over our 2024. We'll start off with our mission, vision, values. That's one of the things that we did in 2024 as we were coming together as one department and building ourselves. In 2024, we responded to over 260 calls of service. As of today, we're sitting at 274. Just to kind of give you a picture of that, in 2022, we went to roughly 180 calls, 2023, roughly 237, and today we're sitting at 274. This month alone, we've already had 5 calls, and it's December 5th. So we've responded to over 30 fires, 40 motor vehicle collisions, 40 medical calls, 20 wildland fires, 30 alarm calls, 15 CO calls, and then a wide variety of other hazards and public assist calls. This year, we launched First Due Reporting and Management System. This system is an enhanced records management system. So this builds on community engagement. This is our Community Connect, where we'll be doing all of our burn permits through. It allows us to issue burn permits, suspend them, issue burn bans. No longer will our frontline staff have to phone individuals one by one to let them know there's a burn ban. It's a simple indication. There's many advantages for community members and business owners as far as being able to register. So the moment we're dispatched to their business or residence, they can get a text and email notification. So no longer are we waiting for key holders and stuff. This runs all of our prevention records, orders that are issued, follow-ups, inspections, all of our department statistics. You can see in the slide the little pie chart there. So that's on my desktop every day, and it just automatically generates those stats for us. This year, we also did our Fire Master Plan Community Risk Assessment. This was a big task that was completed in cooperation with a third-party contractor. I believe that's coming to council next Wednesday for review and presentation by that consultant. This is important because this is what kind of drives us moving forward in our bigger picture. In 2024, we completed over 2,700 hours of training, over 500 hours of instruction. 22 firefighters completed their in-house hazmat awareness and operations. 27 completed their in-house lithium-ion battery training. 26 firefighters participated in Enbridge gas training. 54 participated in a joint training with Cornwall EMS. We saw the benefits of this training almost instantly. Crews responding to medical calls now are very familiar with the rigs and where the equipment is and what the names of things are so they can assist EMS quickly. And 58 firefighters completed all of their departmental training, monthly departmental training. We did purchase 10 new handheld radios. Originally, we were looking at purchasing more, but we're starting out just with the 10. And this goes along with our enhancing communications. 7 sets of bunker gear were purchased, as well as 2 helmets to replace expired gear. This is something that you're going to see coming up again. This is an ongoing thing, as bunker gear is only good for 10 years. We received delivery of 32 new SCBA with 60 personalized SCBA masks. So for health and safety, firefighters are no longer sharing face pieces, with 3 new rapid intervention kits and 80 new SCBA bottles. We also received delivery of a new pumper tanker with frontline capabilities. So this truck can also act as a frontline pumper if a truck is taken out of service for anything, and carries 2,400 gallons of water. This was a single replacement in 2024 rather than a 2 replacement. We also received a grant through Fire Marshal Public Communications. So we received 144 kitty worry-free smoke CO combination alarms. And these alarms are enhancing our smoke alarm program throughout the municipality to ensure that those people that need them will get them and have early detection and protection. Something else that we focused on this year, especially when we went through our mission, vision, values, was inclusion, diversity, and equity. So we enrolled with the Fire Service Women of Ontario. Everybody got a login for that association, and it's a great platform for mentorship and helping women in the fire service and ensuring inclusion, diversity, and equity. We attended over 25 public education events. This includes school visits, community festivals, Fire Prevention Week, and our special group requests. This weekend is also our very first ever joint agency toy drive. We finished off our 2024 with 9 firefighters completing our in-house level 1 and 2 recruit training. So this was the same program that we ran last year. 6 weekends over 12 weeks. We also got everybody new station wear, t-shirts, quarter zip sweaters, and cargo pants. This really brought the team together as one. Everybody has the same uniform now. When they are doing pub ed events and stuff, they are properly outfitted with a quarter zip sweater rather than everybody wearing random jackets and stuff. And our department goals for 2025, we're focusing on officer development, review and update all emergency management, enhance communications throughout the municipality. We're running an in-house 1041 instructor course, an in-house 1021 fire officer course. We're offering the DCP driver certification program for the entire county. We're implementing a new health and wellness program, and we're implementing a firefighter cancer prevention program, as well as working on our 1006 rescue disciplines that we're going to have to start training in 2026. Get to the other page. think the biggest notable change for our operating budget this year would be that we're seeking a full-time fire prevention officer and two summer students to help with our community connect and pre-planning the municipality.
Thank you, Fire Chief. Certainly, for myself, I'm gonna have a lot of questions Wednesday night as well, as the master plan deals with a lot of issues at hand or situations where we're at today. So I'm sure I'll have you more questions on Wednesday night. Question for yourself or for Treasury. The transfer to reserve fund, does a portion of that go to fleet, or does the fire department fleet, or is that for just firefighter equipment on that reserve line?
Through you, Mayor, the reserve line for fire,
Yeah,
fleet, fleet within the fire goes under the fleet.
the fleet.
Yes, so
Okay.
everything else is,
So that 97,000 is for fire department reserve.
yes.
Okay, just was wanted to clarify that. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad. Asking a question on your capital, your two-way radio switch to digital. It seems like every handful of years, we always want to try to change the current system. I just wonder if you can just, provide some details on why we would want to revamp this system again.
Certainly. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we currently have two systems. We have a digital system, which is our radios in the trucks, and we have an analog system, which is our pagers. There is a great number of our pagers that no longer work, and they're roughly about $950 to $1,100 to replace. We're also seeking to provide radios in all municipal vehicles, plows, pickup trucks, that sort of thing. So if we switch from the analog pager to the digital pager, we can purchase those paging digital radios for roughly $500. And it also opens up a second channel that we can give to the municipality to use for parks, roads, all of that stuff. If we were to just build a second system for roads and parks, we'd be looking about $95,000 to start. So the $16,000 to convert is much smaller than the $90,000. And then as far as the new digital paging radios we're talking about, we wouldn't be far off from what we're talking about to replace what analogs are out of service. The second part is, because everything would be digital now, both systems would talk to each other. So when a firefighter is paged out, as they're responding to the call, they're able to hear the updates, they're able to hear that a truck's leaving, they're able to hear the on-scene reports, if they're canceled. And then the second part to that is when you're in the truck now, you'll be able to hear a fire page if you get another call while you're on your way back to the station or something. That doesn't happen right now. And then we have submitted through emergency management for a $50,000 grant to help that if we're successful.
Subsequent, just for the treasurer then, how is it broken up per department on who's responsible for the funding?
Through you, Mayor, the funding for,
Well, for the mobile units?
Currently,
'Cause
it's all under-
I'm understanding it's a benefit for more than just the fire department, that we're
Right.
fitting up other units. It says recommending financing reserves from fire, water, roads, and rec. So just wondering, is that a split right through, or is it based
Current-
on number of trucks? Is it?
currently it's all under fire, the fire budget. It's, yeah,
Okay, so it's catching me off guard. It says reserves from fire, water, roads, and rec. So is it
Correct.
all from fire, or is it, not that it really matters, I'm just curious.
So,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor St. Pierre, if the project is approved, when we get the costing in specifically, and if the department heads of the other departments are willing to go that way, then that's when we'll split it apart, and the transfer will come from the reserve that they're responsible for at that time.
Okay, so currently though, it's just gonna be funded through fire.
Yeah,
Okay,
currently
thank
it's one lump sum right there.
you. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Ward?
That's a subsequent question to the deputy mayor's question. How, I guess this question is probably for Parks and Roads, how do your staff communicate now? If they're not communicating with radio?
So through you, Mayor Broad, right now, all my staff have cell phones, and they utilize cell phones, which we have dead areas in this municipality. It's easier to be able to just go key the mic, and everybody, during a plowing operation, then communication is broadcast over all 13 staff versus one individual phone call, another and another. So presently, that's how we've communicated for my time here since 2015 has been through cell phones.
Are those municipal cell phones or personal cell phones?
That's through you, Mayor Broad. It's a little bit of both. So if it's a municipal cell phone, then obviously we own it. Otherwise, then there's a contribution towards their pay of $25 for the use of their phone, is how it works out.
Okay, very good. Yeah, no.
Sorry, can I just add to that,
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Mayor? The other portion to this is when we were doing our emergency management exercises, part of that was with cell networks going down, and we very quickly learned that as a municipality, we were lacking in that, being able to communicate with teams that could be out clearing roads, doing check calls, that sort of thing. And then from the health and safety standpoint, if somebody was to have some sort of emergency, rather than them trying to call individuals one after another, it's much more efficient to Director Hyman's point, push to talk, and now 10 people are hearing that request.
Yeah, I think in some of the preparation of the Eclipse Day, we called out some of these areas of opportunity for sure. Councilor Ward?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, the reason why I asked the question is because a few years ago, many municipalities took radios out of trucks. And I don't know what the reason was, so that's why I was asking how we communicate now. So I just wondering why we're going back to radios, but that's fine. That's all.
Councilor Smith?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Broad. I just had a question about the advertising line. So this year, like the year to date was only $1,700. Was there something, just bills aren't in yet, or did we physically not use it?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, realizing that we were coming in higher on some other lines, we just deferred some of those things that we were going to do with that to try and be physically responsible. So we just purposefully did not use that because we saw that we were higher in some other budget lines.
Okay, so moving forward into 25, then we plan on going back to the level of advertising that we were doing in, I guess it'd be 23? Yeah.
I think we were actually a little bit less.
Okay, just the reason I'm asking, I mean, if there was an option that we could,
Reduce that.
yeah, reduce that. I mean, it's not much, it'd be a small win, but we're looking any place we can.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. We've also been creative in some of the ways that we've been able to do that now, and seeing the success of our comms this year in 2024, we can definitely look at chiseling that down.
Anything else on fire services? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Fire Chief. Treasurer?
So we're going to do a little shift in the
Sure.
order, if you don't mind. We'll move to economic development next. And I will get those slides up.
16.
And we will have our Economic Development Officer speak on accomplishments, et cetera.
Thank you. So we'll start with all of the growth we've had this year here in South Dundas, which has been a lot. We've had a really good year. So the municipal owned land document's been completed and we're still working through the surplus lands project. Development charges study is ongoing. We have the multi-use building in Iroquois going up. It's looking really good. I don't know if anyone's driven by that lately. Vailcraft Homes has started site prep. The Morris Glen Affordable Housing Building here in Morrisburg. Sophia's Warehouse.
Safavia.
Sorry. We've been
I've been practicing all morning.
the installation of the EV chargers with more to come. We welcomed Morrisburg Family Chiropractic and some restaurants. We've got Tan's Fusion, Champion Sports Bar. Wing House is planning to open this weekend, so we can add that to the list. Another to come. And the Country Blossom Gift and Thrift Shop had their grand opening on their 1-year anniversary this year. So that was really nice to see. And then here's just some photos of the buildings going up. And then we had a little switch in our Awards of Excellence program this year. So we changed from the morning breakfast to a Friday night event, which brought out 150 attendees, and we presented 12 awards. So the winners are just listed there. Matilda Hall looked beautiful, and it was a really, really good turnout. We had a great guest speaker on AI from St. Lawrence College. It was a really, really great evening. And then the pop-up shops. So we had all 4 painted this year by local artists and the Seaway High School art class students. They're very colorful. So our next step now is to really push the rental of these. The ones in Iroquois have been used for some community events. And people have been interested in setting up some space with them next year. So that'll be really nice to see as well. And then just the budget next there.
Thanks, Tia. Questions, comments? Thanks for everything, 2024. Great work. And you mentioned how beautiful Matilda Hall is, I should say. Was that night, is overall. Been to other events like, Remembrance Day, the Fire Service Board's banquet, Ross Video, Christmas party tonight. It is a great hidden gem in one way, that hall that we have in Matilda, which is great. So thank you for commenting, and it's a great space we continue to use. All right, well, Councilor Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted a quick add on that. The awards gala that we had at Matilda Hall, there was a lot of staff here that made that possible, from the decorating to the meal and all those things. And just a big thank you to everybody who helped with that. A lot of, staff and their family members helped. It was fantastic. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilor Smith, for mentioning that. Also, the night of the Fire Service Awards, members of the staff specifically did all the cooking and serving, and I know washed a lot of dishes, so we definitely appreciate that, because that probably saved us a few dollars on the line item. So I know I was certainly appreciative for all the hard work of the staff that night as well. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, moving along. Yeah, CEO Mills.
So I may need the help from finance with this, but just, I should highlight that there are 2 positions that were talked about at the beginning.
Yes.
About adding on the administration side. One of them is an economic development officer full-time. So when you go back to the budget on corporate services, the adjustment there is there's a movement of one of the positions, which is receptionist, to finance. And then the addition of, a potential addition of the HR advisor and an economic development officer full-time. Okay, so that's why you don't see,
Right, okay, so both the
That's why-
positions are on the
that's
corporate
why you
service
don't
budget.
see, so
Yeah.
I weaned, so
Got it.
when you see the budget, it's not in there, I believe, under active, is it?
Right, because it would be PI information, it'd be obvious to what that wage was worth.
Yeah, so and just to further, when you look at the amount of growth and potential growth over time, when we get to the building update, you'll see the increased amount of fees that we've collected this year, and we can't guarantee for next year, so that's another opportunity for increased revenue, I guess, too. So it's more comments, but I'm sure it'll generate questions once we go through all of the presentations and loop back to
Sure.
AcDev.
Okay, very good. Okay, building.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Andy Turner, your CEO, in charge of building bylaw and planning, and thank you, Dennis, for the microphone. First, I'd like to thank the staff that I have. Justin, who does bylaw, which is thankless, and he does a wonderful job. Stephanie and Chantel are helping me greatly with planning, and all their efforts are always helpful and look forward to. And of course, Tyler, who's my deputy and my right-hand man. Our 24 accomplishments are kind of similar pretty much year over year because of what we do. I don't provide any pictures because all the pictures I take are evidence and I cannot carry those forward in our budget. We participated in building code technical sessions, annual meetings, training sessions. We provide permit stakeholders with information regarding, which is now changed to 2025 Ontario Building Code, which takes in effect January 1st. We provided technical assistance to MPAC, Terrion, Ministry of Environment, ACGO with assistance with Crystal, OPG, ESA, which is our electrical friends, real estate agents, appraisers, engineering and architectural firms, Ontario Land Servers, our friends of the provincial police, OMAFRA, who I've spoken with more this year than I've had in my career, municipal council members and staff. We also provide assistance to landowners, corporations with people regarding applicable building code laws and our processes. We liaisoned with various consultants, solicitors relating to the Ontario Building Code. We get quite a few inquiries moving forward of what's required for their stuff. Liaison with various SDG counties personnel, specifically Stephanie. Educational training for the OBC, which is mandatory for our qualifications, which I continue to do, and Tyler's ongoing as well. We also are involved with provincial court proceedings pertaining to building, organization of current and previous building permit files, enforcement of the Building Code Act, which with the help of Tyler, we've been doing more of. For people working without permits and the occasional unsafe building. And of course, the daily cross-training for the deputy chief building official, which is a daily process. Budget notables for me, of course, was we had a really, really good one building permit fee come in. So I looked really good on the budget for income. My friends in finance really enjoyed that one big check I brought them. And I have no capital requests for our department. Any questions I may answer for anybody, please and thank you.
Councilor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to ask a question. I think I know maybe the answer, but the software and licensing, is that the new cloud permit? Is that the price of that being moved over? Yeah, okay,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
okay, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, Thank you, Mr. Turner. Oh, yeah, sorry, Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Touching back on the question that Deputy Mayor St. Pierre had asked earlier about wages, building is one of the departments where we do tear the labor costs apart. So of the three individuals, with the exception of the bylaw officer, the deputy CBO, the CBO, and the planning assistant are all spread apart by a certain percentage of how much we assume that their labor is. That's the only one for, on the tax rate, but of course, we also do the same thing for water, and the roads and recreation are also ripped apart. But this, when it comes to administration, treasury, and fire, for instance, that's all held within that budget. This is one of the examples where we actually tear it apart.
Very good. Thank you for 2024, and hopefully we'll keep you as busy on new work,
Definitely.
bringing more checks. Big ones, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm up again, bylaw and animal control. Once again, Justin handles this extensively. Accomplishments liaison with consultants regarding zoning and bylaw enforcement, which of course affects, our animal control, et cetera. Provincial court proceedings pertaining to property standards infractions, which we have a few of pending. Completed daily responses and requests regarding property standards complaints. Completed daily property standard notices, orders, inspections, and also the responses similar for animal control, inquiries, ticketing, investigations, and notices. Completed provincial court proceedings for animal control, liaison with the animal control officer for retaining animals, removals, and licensing. That's more for like farm animals. Liaison with the pound keeper for retaining or removal of farm animals and invoicing. Completed several property standard cleanups, and one that I did not put on there, we are using Cloud Permit now for a software for property standards complaints, which the public can access through our website now.
Great.
Any questions I may respond to in that regard?
Well, seeing none at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
All right, we'll move on to planning.
Planning.
Good morning, Council. So in front of you are some of the accomplishments, some of the day-to-day things that we do in planning. We provide planning assistance to MPAC, Terrion, MOE, ACGO, OPG, ESA, real estate agents, appraisers, engineering and architectural consultants, Ontario Land Surveyors, OMAFRA, municipal council members and staff. We regularly liaise with developers, consultants, and landowners to implement zoning bylaw amendments, minor variances, and planning reports. We attend and present planning documents at council for review and approval, and we also attend and present minor variances to the Committee of Adjustment for review and approval. So up there you have sort of our stats in terms of planning applications. We've processed 8 zoning bylaw amendments. Most of those have been surplus dwellings, which is under delegated authority, so not as much time spent bringing reports to council and going through that whole circulation process. 10 minor variances, 20 severances, 5 site plan applications, 2 subdivisions, 19 zoning certificates, and 13 work order letters. In terms of the 2024 actual accomplishments, from what you can see, I think Tia went through a lot of those, but specifically Merkley Oak subdivision broke ground. We're very lucky to have Vailcraft Homes as the leader on that application. I have the detailed design submitted now for Dutch Meadows, the phase 2, so that's the continuation of single detached dwellings lots on Rotterdam Way. The surplus land inventory, Cefavia, site plan, which you can see that building has begun to built. The Iroquois Esso site plan, we're just in those final stages for that commercial development, as well as the affordable housing site plan that you see also going up in Morseburg. We redid the planning fee structure earlier this year, and we brought in some lands in Iroquois and Morseburg into the urban settlement area boundary. Probably one of the most important, I think, accomplishments that isn't listed in those is that we attracted a well-qualified, highly experienced planning and building technician, Chantal Lapierre. Her customer service is second to none, and she sort of hit the ground running with over 12 years of experience. This has really freed up some of my time because little training was required, and so now we can kind of focus on mentorship and moving those things forward. So you will see that my billing is up a little bit from last year. But that was mostly due to the vacancy of that position throughout the summer and will be offset by that unpaid salary during that vacancy. I'm not a one-person show, and she's been such a compliment to our planning and building departments, and we're looking forward to sort of building and on the momentum and traction from this past year. In terms of notable training and participation, so some of these things, most of these things were done through my work with the county, but still you get to benefit from them, which is nice. So I did some provincial planning statement training with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, black ash protections, that was put on through the county, IESO's long-term to engagement. I attended the SD&G Municipal Summit, OMAFRA's Community and Economic Development Forum, the Affordable Housing Summit put on by the House of Lazarus. We did some type coach training. We looked at, I did some species of at-risk training with DFO and the conservation authorities, the Municipal Information Day, AMCTO conference, the County Planning Directors Conference, as well as the Municipal Agriculture, Economic Development and Planning Forum. That's put on through OMAFRA. And one of the more, I think the more exciting things that I got to do this year was the minister meeting with David Piccini and Nolan Quinn, which focused on the development challenges and employment and trades. In terms of the 2025 sort of budget notables, and again, sort of just included in my time, we're finishing up finally that subdivision and site plan design guideline. The county's working on the growth management, the phase 2 portion of that project. We're excited to be looking at the Iroquois pedestrian crossing and connection on the north and the south side of County Road 2. Development charges study is underway. The zoning bylaw review and update. I'm going to just sort of keep an eye on my billing over the next year just to sort of see where we're at because we will need to be updating that zoning bylaw. So I might just do some housekeeping bylaw amendments to sort of carry us over in the meantime. And then a couple of the projects that I'm hoping that we accomplish over the next year are lot grading policy, and that's something that Chris and I have talked about, and then the water and wastewater allocation bylaw would come out of the rate study. As we sort of start to see development pick up, the landscape's changing, those things are great, and we want to just make sure that we're in a good state moving forward and don't sort of come up against some of those challenges with urbanization. And then you've got the budget numbers.
Questions, comments from Ms. Moran? All right, thank you for good 2024 and move forward 2025. That's more activity for sure.
Mr. Mayor,
CO Mills.
just through you. So if council and or the public are wondering what's going on, that's what's going on. And one of the proud things I think as the CEO is that everybody around this table, not including council, every 2 weeks, some don't like it every 2 weeks, but I do, is we have a development team meeting, and everybody that's involved, possibly that can be involved in some type of business or development, we're sitting around talking about each file. I think it's extremely helpful. I guess it's almost the whole office, including emergency services and planning, and then you've seen the communication numbers, and Tia's communicating it out through social media, what we can, without promoting an individual business, and it's paying off, so that, I think council can be proud of what's going on.
Thanks, CEO Wells. Yeah, and I can actually further that statement at Eastern Ontario Municipal Conference. Frank from Valcroft and Jeff from Ross Video, Jeff Pops from Ross Video, had a session with the entire group, and Frank actually mentioned those team meetings and how great of service he's getting from South Dundas because of that meeting. So thank you for having that meeting, and continue to support all our potential developers and all our developers. So that was good to hear. Very good. Treasurer Stewart.
All right, so now we move on to Public Works. If we could have the Director of Public Works start with his accomplishments.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So first off, for the Transportation Department, I would like to thank my staff, second to none, great group of guys and gals that contribute to the benefit of South Dundas. They truly do care about their job, and I just wanted to make that in the forefront. So some 2024 accomplishments. So we completed our sidewalk program, which was set forward through your council as roads or sidewalks that you would like to see replaced. So we did First Street, Second Street, and Trillium Street. We completed our paving capital works. We went with a new route this year, or a new plan. We got away from the double surface treatment and the fog seal treatments, and we applied a one inch lift of asphalt over the entire surface, changing culverts where they needed to be changed. Our staff internally did all the culvert replacements. And then through a joint tender with SDG counties, we were able to receive pricing for the asphalt side of the project. We purchased a Western Star plow truck, which we received in March of 2024, and we purchased a new backhoe and received it around that same time frame. Other notable accomplishments that aren't on this list, staff was trained internally through our fire and emergency services with the help of Jeremy for first aid, and they also received their chainsaw certification. So a couple of accomplishments that were missed in the initial report. When we talk budget variances, instead of referencing the budget line sheet, I'll just bring a couple to the forefront. You'll see that hard top patching has increased, and that's just strictly due to the cost of coal patch through the winter season. That cost has increased, and with the mowing and weeding, we are now going into year 3 of that contract, so that'll see an increase in the cost. And the other notable is for sidewalks. That increase is every second year we do centerline painting. So centerline painting meaning Lakeshore Drive and Ottawa Street, the yellow lines and the white lines going down. That's where that's what we paint every second year. So I just wanted to bring those to your attention. So looking forward, I'll touch on what you're going to see as far as my capital, but I'll bring it to the forefront just so it's on your mind when we get to that point. So again, we're going to proceed with our HL3 1-inch lift with the 10 mil scratch coat on roads that are deemed repairable. Essentially, they weren't identified in the 10-year roads need study. Our theory was to let them go bad and then repair. So we're at the point now where we're seeing increased potholes, pothole patching. We're just going to those roads more often. So you're going to see Muttonville, Hutt, Roy, Hummel, Brooks, Young, Pigeon Island Road, DeYoung, Gary, and Salmon. We're going to proceed again with our sidewalk replacement program this year in 2025. You'll see the sidewalks in Princeton being removed and replaced. And I added a provisional line for sidewalk work in Iroquois, just because I do not believe that the square meters are there in Princeton to support the dollar value that we use year after year. So we added a provisional line item for Iroquois, which would be a new sidewalk installed on the south side of Highway 2 from Elizabeth over to Miller, which is directly in front of the plaza. It would then see an entranceway, the east entranceway into the plaza being closed. So there's solely one entranceway off of County Road 2 going into the plaza. So that would all be part of the provisional work that we'll talk about during capital. Again, we will be doing our retro reflectivity on all municipal signs. And council had approved a new triaxle plow truck this year. It was ordered and we should receive it in, I'm hoping, January, February of 2025, which will then replace Unit 84. So those are some things that we'll talk about when it comes to the capital portion of the program. But I can answer any questions which you may have at this time as far as the roads.
Thanks, Manager Hyman. Winter maintenance is up quite a bit. Expand on that, maybe a little bit for us.
So winter maintenance has an accumulation of a lot of things: the cost of stone dust, the cost of salt, what we will anticipate as costs for year 2 of the salt tender. That you'll see an increase in that line item. And I believe it has to do with wages as well, are incorporated in that line item. For winter, no, that's not winter. So through you, Mayor, I'd also like to bring to the forefront when the Treasury Department gave the overview at the beginning for additional staff members. You'll see for the Transportation Department, I have included 2 staff members. In 2023, we had 2 seasonal staff that worked May to November, and then those staff members stayed on from November to May to aid in the winter operations. In 2024, those 2 positions were removed. And it's been a challenge to say the least when it comes to staffing. So we put it back in, and the rationale behind the additional staff members is it's really threefold. One is I have a full-time staff of 7 staff members. When it comes time to grade our gravel roads in the spring, I essentially lose 1 staff member for July till July. So I'm down to 6. So if we do a culvert replacement project on all our capital roads that we have, that takes up essentially the rest of the crew. So potholes aren't getting patched, the roadside mower is not getting done. That was where I came in to play, and I was driving the tractor with the roadside mower, and I was doing that work. And then we're not meeting our minimum maintenance standards for road patrolling. So because of class 4, class 5 roads, it calls for every 15 days, we have to do a road patrol. We have 9 plow routes, and that's just not getting done well enough. So we're looking at going to electronic road patrollers, and with the additional staff members, then that would offset myself and my lead hand, that we could spend more time doing the road patrol side of that legislation. It's just the new members will have their DZ license, so they'll be able to drive a dump truck. They can run the equipment. They can be part of the staff. They're just not gonna be a person on a broom and doing the bad jobs. They're gonna be a key member of our staff for the transportation department. So that's a bit of information regarding my ask for staffing.
Very good, thank you. Thank you for expanding on that. I know for myself, going to be thinking about the staffing as a holistic picture, as all of them, not necessarily individually. So it's good we'll get them all talked through and thought process thereafter. Couple other comments or takeaways. I'm surprised the deputy mayor hasn't said it yet, but village streets, obviously would like that to be something we want to look at. I know, we need studies and we're doing the best we can with our budgeting, but I think we should definitely take another look at some of our municipal streets that are due. And I know it's a challenge between fixing the infrastructure or leaving it and then just doing the top. So we should have some conversations in the future about that. Would be appreciated. Yeah.
So through you, Mayor Broad, that has been discussed amongst our water wastewater department, and it's also been discussed at the county level with new initiatives brought forward, doing this 1-inch lift of asphalt, that there's maybe the opportunity that I can see that if we were to do a shave and pave operation, then instead of shaving off 2 inches, we shave off 1 inch. And then if we were to get a water break under that section of roadway, it wouldn't hurt as bad for asphalt reasons, right? We're increasing the rideability, we're increasing the surface, we're eliminating potholes, cracking, all the things that people can see on the top, but it's the big cost is the water, the infrastructure. Now, not all our town roads have a storm sewer line. A lot of them are open ditches. So then it's the water line that we're focusing on, right? And that's where the water wastewater department and myself, we need to talk and come up with a game plan on, okay, what's the longevity of this life? When was that water line installed? Where are we seeing a large amount of breaks? Are we seeing minimal breaks? So we're going to start moving forward. I believe we have one more kick at the can out in the country, which is 2025. And then I would ideally like to see us come back into town in 2026 and bring forward a plan to council on what roads we can tackle and move forward that direction.
Yeah, very good. Go ahead, Deputy.
Yeah,
I
thank
do have some
you.
other thoughts, but I'll come back to that.
No, thank
There are
you,
other things.
and I did have a couple questions. I didn't know if it was appropriate now or when we got more into the capital, but I think we're kind of merging both at the same time. You talk about asphalt padding in the urban area, the rural areas. How much asphalt padding do we do in our villages?
Asphalt padding in our villages.
Yeah.
As for patching,
Potholes, patching, stuff like
we're
that?
the hot box is out steady.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a crew of 4, and we normally like to tackle a plow route at a time so that the plow route's completed. But as we see patches or holes, we definitely address either through complaints, somebody calls in and notifies us, then we go out and address it right away. Or we just operate as when the truck goes to town.
Yeah, certainly, for me, I think we need to rebalance the rural roads versus the urban roads. I understand that, there's one of our biggest employers is ag, and we do need good rural roads, but if you really look, and you know this, Jeff, if you really look at some of our village roads, they're just terrible. I mean, they might as well be gravel roads versus asphalt, to be quite frank with you. So I think what we need to be doing is identifying the worst roads in our villages and tackling that and finding out if there's any water or wastewater upgrades we need to do at that time. And I think we just need to make a decision on fixing these roads. And yeah, there's always a risk, even with new infrastructure, there's always going to be a risk if there's a water main break or if there's a service lateral break or something. And certainly I think of, a couple terms ago when we were doing more village streets, 5th Street got done, Orchard Way got done. I don't know if there's been a break on Orchard Way since, but I think it's we're at the point where we just gotta make a decision, and we need to spend some of our money and reallocate some of that money towards the village streets. I would really like to see that come sooner than later, to be quite frank with you. You know, and I'm almost suggesting today that I'd like to see some of the money that's allocated towards some of these rural streets to an urban plan for 2025. But I'll just leave that for discussion. The other question I have for you on the mower, is that a replacement or is that just a new?
So through you, Mayor Broad, no, that's a replacement.
That's a
So,
replacement,
yeah,
okay.
every 3 years, we tried to go 4 years
Yeah.
in one cycle, and it didn't fare out well for the roads department. So that's an every 3-year
Okay.
replacement.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't know, like, right there.
If they were only cutting grass as good as Deputy Mayor St. Pierre's front yard, then they'd last a lot longer, for sure.
Thank you for that.
If
If all my neighbors were like that, it'd be great. Just joking.
Through you, Mayor, I just actually had a question about what you and the deputy mayor were just talking about. We did Ottawa Street in 2021, correct?
Out here, no, it was
Ontario
Sorry, we
Street.
did Ontario Street.
Ontario Street was,
Ontario
yes.
Street.
Yeah.
And how much was that roughly? Just for my own,
Almost 2 million.
Yeah,
Almost 2
millions.
million.
2 million, yeah.
And that's 800 meters of road.
so we didn't do the full,
That's from top to bottom.
okay.
Sorry, through you, Mary, and a little bit of Crookshank Way got done with that,
same time.
with that project as well.
Yeah. Right on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's certainly costly to do the whole infrastructure, but just doing some asphalt repair. Maybe give us some options. I think maybe the deputy mayor is thinking a couple options. We haven't mentioned yet, but obviously we did the county's budget on Tuesday, and the Director of Transportation, Ben Hahn, talked of a few things, of more things he'd like to collaborate on with the counties, with the municipality. So I'm just bringing it up to make sure, I know you do a lot already, Jeff, but I want to make sure, you know, for the councilors, continued collaboration on joint tenders, which you're doing. Obviously, when Mr. DeHaan was in North Dundas last year, they did a roads needs survey, and he'd like to work with South Dundas to take a look, because we have a lot of joint roads. They'd also, at the county level, and we're hoping to approve that, is they'd like to become the SME on bridges and take the lead in a lot of some of our, when we're gonna do bridge work, we can do it in collaboration, save money on an engineering side and expertise side, and have the counties take that on, as well as mechanic collaboration as well, as we've approved to hire a second mechanic at the county level, based on 104 vehicles. But they also wanted to offer up, you know, if we needed any mechanical help or collaboration on buying parts, et cetera. So things that he mentioned in his budget that he's looking to work with all the 6 municipalities in a bigger stretch for. So just wanted to mention that. Anything else at this moment on roads? I'm sure we'll circle back again on the capital side, but, yeah. Okay, very good. Yeah, Treasurer Stewart.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do have one thing to add regarding the Public Works. You mentioned the winter maintenance, the salary. So last year's budget versus this year's budget, there is a difference. Last year, we had 3 seasonals budgeted at 16 hours each per week. And this year, it's 40 hours
Okay,
for the 3
right.
seasonals. So between that and health benefits, we added 10% for that. So it does, that's mainly where the difference is.
Very good. So is that added to the payroll line or the winter maintenance line, I guess is the
It's the winter maintenance wages line.
wages line? Because they're seasonal for the winter maintenance. Yeah,
Yes.
very good. Okay. Okay.
So Fleet being next, and I see that it's noon. Did we want to break for lunch and then continue, or continue with another department?
Up to council, want to break for lunch now, or do 1 or 2 more? One after the other? Sure, why don't we break for lunch then? And we'll continue in 30 minutes, so at 12:34, 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll kick off.
All right, so I will hand it over to the Director of Public Works for the fleet.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So fleet, a very exciting topic when it comes to fleet. In the budget outline, what gets absorbed into that is the maintenance and licensing, the fuel, and our fleet replacement going into fleet reserves, and money coming out for new purchases, and the transfer into support the fleet itself. One accomplishment would be, again, the purchase of the Western Star tri-axle plow truck, which we'll receive in 2025, and the Case backhoe. The tri-axle will be replacing Unit 84, which is the single axle truck, which has a max force engine in it. And it did not pass emissions, so that truck has since been grounded. So right now, we're running with a staff or a fleet of 9 frontline plow trucks, that being the spare that's involved with the frontline. So once this new triaxle arrives, it will be put into frontline service, and Unit 62 will then be delegated to the bullpen and will become a spare plow truck for when we have another breakdown. So I can answer any questions which you have at this time for fleet.
Councillor Ward?
Thanks, Mayor. So I just want to point of clarification. So this is just roads and transportation's fleet. This is not everyone's fleet, because I see recreation has fleet. Like, is it a separate budget? Can you just explain that?
So what gets absorbed in fleet is roads, the recreation, fire and emergency services is all part of fleet, and bylaw, and the end. That is it. Building supports themselves through building permits when it comes to fleet.
Let's just talk through this chart then. For 2025, we got Public Works of 549,840, which are the vehicles you're referring to, you just referred to. Fire has 218,000, and Recreation 55,000.
That's correct.
Just in our budget binder, there's no sheet that says what those are. So we just want to be clear on,
Yes, that's correct. So I can get a sheet prepared, but if we have the departments speak on each of their
yeah,
own.
of course.
And in your budget binder, you would have a sheet on each individual one in the capital section.
In the
which
capital
is,
section, okay, that's why we,
Yeah, section 18.
So Mayor Broad,
so,
do you want me to speak on?
no, well, you spoke on the snow plow.
Yeah, and we have
Right.
additional purchases coming from the roads department, from the
Okay.
transportation department. So do you want to speak on those, or do you want to touch on those at capital? Like when we
Either
start
way,
doing-
we can, I guess they're in the capital, yeah, yeah. Here we go, okay, here's the documents. Yeah. So. I mean, we're talking about fleet, why don't we just talk about fleet, and then when we get to capital, it'll all be done. With the capital section, right? So I guess we go to tab 18, page 20, 1820.
So actually, the first one is 1816. That's just representing the triaxle plow truck that we've talked about numerous times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So then for 1820, a half-ton truck. So we're moving some vehicles around within the transportation department. So our landfill truck, which is Unit 72, it's an old Chevy we've we've gotten our life out of it. So what we're planning on doing is we're gonna move unit 86, which is a Dodge truck, if that makes any relevance to the conversation. We're gonna move that to the landfill. That was the truck that the director, drove since I started here. So it has high kilometers on it, but it's still in good shape. So we're gonna relegate that truck to the landfill, and then we're gonna move our road patrolman's vehicle. We're gonna move that into the fleet. It'll become an everyday commuter vehicle, and then a new half-ton will go to the patrolman, because they're now the ones that are putting the kilometers on. And instead of putting a lot of kilometers on one vehicle, we're not gonna get our 6-year useful life out of it, because it's gonna wear out before we hit that mark, just due to kilometer wise. So that's the intentions of the new half-ton, is to remove 72, take one out of the fleet with high kilometers, put it in the landfill, then move the road patrolman's truck into the regular fleet, and then purchase a new half-ton truck for our road patrollers. So that's that's our only capital project or capital purchase for the roads department for vehicles. And the mower, the everyday mower. So
Right, and to be clear, these items have been in the fleet schedule.
they have been. We are not adding anything new. It's not a growth position. It's just vehicles that are due for replacement.
Okay, so that takes us up to 2023, so now 2023 and 2024 are the two fire service replacements. Well, the mower, yeah, the mower. Archie,
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, what's the first one on the list there?
the pickup truck.
The pickup truck? So this is a vehicle to replace the 2011 Ford F-150 that we took out of service this year. This replacement was originally scheduled for 2023 and deferred, and then deferred again until the truck was taken off the road because it was deemed unsafe. This replacement would be looking at, as a comparative vehicle, a Dodge 3500 with a slide-in in the back, with a pump, 300-gallon tank, and fully outfitted for forestry. So that's what would be replacing the truck we took out of service. Right now, staff are taking pumpers into fields, getting them stuck. They're having to be towed and yanked on. If you look further in the fleet, you'll see that a pumper right now is up to $1.2 million. So in an effort to keep those trucks out of the field and provide proper equipment for wildland fires, that's what we're looking for. And then the current truck that I'm driving would slide in to service at a station to replace the 2006 Dodge, because it was originally slotted to be replaced this year. And then we would replace that with a chief vehicle, whether it be an SUV or pickup. And the Dodge that's coming out of service, low miles with a long box, could be utilized in another department, whether it's Parks and Rec or roads for garbage pickup, moving tables, chairs, recreation stuff, because it is lower in kilometers, but the regular size 1500 pickup truck is just undersized for carrying water totes and equipment.
Very good. Yeah, I didn't mention it at the time, because I know we are doing the master plan on Wednesday night as well. The type of calls is quite spread out. I'm not sure what the historical stats are, but we make calls in all different areas other than just house fires. So, interesting enough. Councilor Vino? I thought you. Okay, sure. Sure. And that's it, right? Yeah, you just mentioned that. That's to replace the. That's to replace the chief's vehicle, whether it be an SUV or a truck.
Yeah, so I guess my first comment on that would be, so I'm personally not a fan of SUVs in the fleet in general in this area, just because then they become kind of useless whenever we're done with them. Case in point, in this case here, where we're presumably taking a 2006 truck, I know those trucks live inside the hull most of their life. They've probably got 25,000 kilometers on them, if that, something like. Oh, the one Dodge has more Iroquois. Anyways, they're in extremely good shape whenever they're done, and so the whole idea is to rotate those down through the fleet, instead of buying new trucks all the time for all the different departments. So like in this case, could that truck not be utilized for the truck for the patroller or something? You know what I mean? It's instead of buying a whole new truck. I realize you have to keep fire service vehicles at a certain level and a certain readiness and whatnot, but the rest of our fleet isn't emergency services. So it really speaks to my point about not wanting SUVs. If we're going to buy anything for the fire emergency services, I think there should be pickup trucks across the board, because then we can rotate them down throughout the rest of the fleet later on and save us having to buy trucks for Parks and Rec or roads. So that's my stance on this. I mean, we're going to obviously discuss this more as it comes to January about what vehicles we need to buy. And I know we don't like buying too many vehicles, but that's what I look at, a cascading effect of vehicles. So that's kind of my biggest thing. So I don't really want to speak to whether I believe we need all these vehicles yet, but I just want to, that's my perspective on what vehicles should be around.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, so just to Councillor Vino's point, so for right now, all we're approving right now is the reserve transfer for the budget. Am I correct in that? We're not approving each individual purchase right now, or like whenever we pass our budget, do we have to approve every purchase at that time, or we just have to approve the transfer for the expected purchases? Like for, like on the budget line here, it says like the 750,000 like reserve transfer. Is that what ultimately we're going to be approving in the budget, or are we?
Yeah, no, Zach, right. So for the budget purposes for taxation, we will approve a dollar amount to move to the reserve and or, but then this is to spend. So we will then, we're going to want to approve what we're going to go get quotes on to then, approve, right? So, so to your point of, we're not actually necessarily committing, on January 13th, we're buying that specific truck. We're obviously got it, but if we're not going to buy trucks, then why make the transfer to reserves? And then why keep changing the fleet schedule, like year on year? Like we had a fleet schedule, if we're going to keep eliminating trucks, we need to have a reason why we're going to keep eliminating trucks.
We have to approve a number that reflects what we're actually going to buy.
But if we're not going to buy what's in our fleet schedule, we're not additional trucks. Different conversation than the replacement of our trucks. Because if we're just going to keep not replacing trucks or vehicles or whatever it may be, we're just pushing things down the line. If that's what we would choose to do, then so be it. But to say we need the truck or not, that's not the same story as let's not buy it in 2025, let's buy it in 2026. But then if we don't make the reserve contribution, then how are we ever going to be able to buy trucks in the future? So I just want to be cognizant of both, to your point, right? We need to put money into the fleet schedule to make sure we can buy vehicles. But then to debate every time if we need a truck or not, we need to decide this is our fleet or not. Mm-hmm. Like if fire doesn't need the vehicles they need, but then let's just say it and get rid of them today. Or if we're not going to buy a road half ton, then just eliminate one today from the fleet. Because I think it keeps coming back every time a vehicle request comes forward. It's in the fleet schedule, right? And the previous councils and previous directors have all said this is what we needed. They've cut and trimmed and done what they can to deliver the level of service with the vehicles they have. So,
and things move around. Some trucks break down sooner than others. Some have more life than others.
Right, and then those are decisions.
Case by case.
Right, you come forward. Director Jansen comes forward. Hey, I can get another year or two out of my truck. It didn't get used as much as we thought. Let's push it out. Great, right?
Yeah. Or
maybe
Max
bad.
Force- Max Force
Or,
motor blows up.
or maybe the price goes up more than what we would, I don't know, right? Those are conversations to have, but I don't understand why, because the question is, well, if we approve, so we don't want to buy these trucks or we do? And we don't have to decide at this moment, but that's your question, right? You're saying, well, let's approve money, but then not buy trucks? So I just want to like, we got to set out a fleet schedule and then stick to it.
Sorry, Mayor Broad, I tend to disagree that we gotta stick to something. If an idea comes about that potentially can save the municipalities some money, for instance, an idea that Councilor Vino had on if this Dodge Ram truck is a useful fleet for another department, and that does eliminate the need to buy a truck, I think that is our responsibility to identify that as well, so.
But that's not eliminating a truck from the schedule. That's moving how we're gonna purchase the truck.
Well,
not
could
the
be,
same, right?
could be.
Right, yeah, those are things, changing the procurement of that item.
Correct.
Buy from within instead of from the.
Correct, but what I kind of, again, I tend to disagree is that just because there's a 20-year or a 15-year fleet schedule does not mean that the council of the day needs to follow that to a T. If there's some suggestions that we can move around to help with the finances, then I think that is part of our role, and if an idea comes up, whether it's a movement or you don't buy or you defer, I think that is part of our role to do that. Correct?
Yeah, of course, but
I think
I'm saying though is like, is that every single time a purchase of a vehicle comes up, there's massive debate over it, and like,
Which it should be.
can we not figure out like that we have a fleet that we want to stick to, like have a plan going forward? And maybe I'm thinking too much of you guys want to do too much, then I'm not disagreeing with you either, what you said.
No, and
because
I
I think
don't-
that's part of the thing, but it's like,
No, and I agree what you're saying. I don't think there's a suggestion here that we're looking to revamp the whole fleet schedule or anything. But again, all my point is if an idea comes, a point that nobody maybe even thought of, staff or anybody else, and if it does adjust the fleet, it does adjust the fleet. The question is what Councillor Smith was asking is a little bit different, and you're right. We're not just approving the $750,000 each year, because you're correct, it is based on the fleet schedule. There's no doubt about it. I'm just coming back to that. I do believe it's our role a little bit to review this, because ultimately we are the ones approving the budget, whether it's a fleet schedule or not. And all I'm suggesting is if there's a good idea that may help us with our financials moving forward, I think we should consider that, you know. And if it doesn't, it doesn't.
I think what you see whenever these requests comes up, like I live in a fleet world, is just that this is some of the largest big ticket items that this council ever has to deal with outside of infrastructure. And it's also one of the most fluid. Fleet is fluid. Things break down, things that we bought in, maybe 2008 is a good example, or whenever we always come back to these Max Force engines, things that had a useful life in our schedule of 10 to 15 years, but then 6-7 years down the road, you find out that they were actually quite problematic, and now we're having to be faced with early disposal of these units. So it's just so much more fluid. So I think that's where the debates come from, is because even the fleet doesn't follow its own schedule, right? The vehicles don't follow a schedule. So I think that's where we get a lot of the debate in this, is just because it's much more fluid than any other part of our budget binder. So I think that's where a lot of it comes from.
Okay.
I think following it as a guiding document, just like every other guiding documents that we have, forthcoming fire master plan, it's a guiding document, it's fluid, right?
Councillor Ward?
Okay, I have a question, if we could go
Yeah,
back
sure.
to the chief, perhaps. So you were explaining that your truck, I'm just trying to understand this, I'm sorry, so just break it down for me. So your truck currently, the chief's truck, is going to go to Morrisburg. The Morrisburg truck is going where?
That's where the Morrisburg truck, sorry through you, Mr. Mayor, that's where the Morrisburg truck would be available to go to the rec department, the roads department, to finish off its life. the truck that was taken out of service that we've delayed
Is the other one.
in replacing, that's the one that would get the forestry unit to better serve those calls that we're responding to. And then as far as, you know, the SUV versus the pickup truck, I think the question is, how long do you want the chief driving a vehicle? Like, I can very easily drive an SUV to the very end of its life, or do you want to be swapping vehicles around sooner, moving that through? That's the only difference.
Can I ask?
Yeah, it works.
So I'm gonna go through you, Mayor, to Director Hyman. So this truck that is now available, or perhaps Director Jansen, did you guys have a discussion about that? And where is that truck going? Because if it's not gonna be used, like, it needs to be used, so.
So through you, Mayor Broad, so yeah, we did have the discussion. Would I use that truck as a patrol truck? Absolutely not. But it does have an 8-foot box on it. So we do have a truck in recreation, it's unit 83, that should go out the door, based off of its condition. In reviewing with the mechanic, our fleet mechanic, he believes that we can get another year out of it, but we're right there. We're right there, where that truck could then go into recreation, and it could definitely be used as what they call their garbage truck, going around to the parks and grabbing garbage bags and whatnot, just because it's got that big 8-foot box on it. It doesn't have a 6-foot box, so it does meet that criteria, to put it into there. And then that would eliminate 83 out of the fleet replacement schedule, and we would incorporate that truck in its position.
And yeah, so to sort of continue on that, we basically, let's say we're running on a 6-year lifespan right now. We're taking that truck, we're throwing it into one of our vehicles that, in all honesty, we're pushing this year. We're deferring it this year. And, you know, if we replace 83 next year, yeah, we get a whole new 6 years. But by doing this shift, we might defer it 3 years, and then it comes back around to another discussion.
Yeah, so I think through you, Mayor, that's just, I wanted to understand that, because then we are having a savings in fleet. We're just not seeing it at this exact moment, but there is going to be a savings in fleet, to the point that the discussion you guys were having earlier. So staff have just already kind of arranged that for us. So I just, thank you. I appreciate, Director Hyman has one comment, I guess.
So through you, Mayor Broad, just to offer a little bit more context in this topic, because it is always a hot topic. Deputy Treasurer Mason provides me with a fleet replacement schedule. We review it back and forth. I speak with my mechanic, our fleet mechanic within the municipality. We do an overview every year. What's our fleet looking like? What's the condition of this truck? Well, we're at that threshold of six years, 200,000 kilometers. No, we can go another year. Our replacement or our repairs are relatively low on it. Let's stretch it out. So that's being done every year. So don't feel like we're not doing our due diligence when it comes to that. We are reviewing it steady. We're always talking back and forth with recreation, with fire, even with water, wastewater. I know it's a separate entity, but we're always reviewing. We're seeing what's best for the municipality. And it is a working document. So I just wanted to let you know that we are doing our part. And, you know, if we can move something out a year or two, then we're doing what's best.
Councilor Mino?
Yeah, so to go back to the chief's point on the SUV versus pickup truck. So just something, this is a high level budget discussion, so it's just something for staff to think on and whatnot. But this comes up all the time, like you said, Mayor, how we're always, you know, debating what vehicle goes where, and this vehicle seems to only be able to do that job, this one, and there will always be outliers. But it seems like we're buying a new pickup truck every year, right? There's at least one pickup truck every year. So to your point about driving a SUV into the ground, right? Like run it to the end of its useful life and buy another one. Again, I say fire and emergency services vehicles need to be at a little higher standard. So why don't we start standardizing the pickup trucks across the fleet? No more regular cabs with 6-foot boxes or crew cabs with 8-foot boxes, whatever. You standardize a pickup truck. The fire department gets a new pickup truck every year that's that standard or whatever, that's that standard setup, and it cascades through the fleet every year. And that's what replaces the bulk of our pickup trucks. Because it just seems like we're always like, oh, well, we can't use that vehicle to do that job because it doesn't have this or whatever. And you're all like, anyways, it's just an idea for staff. Maybe if we could have an option of something like that, but that may take away some of this debate every time.
No, that's exactly what I like to see is what you said. Exactly. Let's have a fleet, you know, and what you said may not work out exactly. So, but that's the whole point of, we have so many half-ton trucks and fire trucks and snow plows, and we get a schedule going, and like, let's have a good plan, right? And so we don't debate every time, should we be buying a truck or not, or wondering if, you know, Director Heim, Manager Heim has done his due diligence or not. So, yeah, no, I agree with you totally. I like to see it fluent, right? As to, you know, because in one way, I don't feel like a half-ton truck, we keep it for 10 years, it's $10,000, you know, $10,000 add up, don't give me, but for one truck, is that worth, you know, you know, breakdowns and all that to keep debating and push one truck out one time? Does that really, does this do justice? No, we need to keep having a fluid picture on that, and every time we move something, that's good, right? So I appreciate it. And that was my comment of, I'd like it to be a simpler process maybe than, you know, and that's what I meant. I wasn't, you know.
Yeah, and on top of that, I just want to add on for my purposes that I would never suggest changing the amount of dollars we put towards our fleet. I mean, we did establish that over a 10-year period, and I think we should stay on board with that for sure. Because regardless, at the end of the 10 years, what it may equal is that we just have a little bit more in our reserve funds if, you know, things are a little bit fluid, and if we recognize that a vehicle could be moved around a little bit differently, as Jeff said, you know, they're always looking at it, which I wasn't suggesting that you weren't, but yeah, no, I'm kind of hear everybody's side now.
Yeah, Councilor Smith, go, Tom.
I'll try and wrap this up and put a bow on it.
Okay, it's Christmas time, so thanks, Tom.
So I'll go back to my first comment. We don't necessarily have to make a full decision on every vehicle that is going to be bought today, or even when we finalize our budget. We just have to ultimately approve that transfer, because even if, like the 750,000, even if like all the vehicles budgeted for this year are 823 or whatever it is, so we could decide even after that, okay, well, we're gonna not go this route or that route. We're still going to be making that same transfer, and likely 10 years down the road, we're still going to be under where we need to be. So it's not like we're wasting any money if we leave that money sitting there not spent.
Yeah, until the point of we ordering the vehicle, we could pivot.
Correct.
We can pivot.
So that's what I'm getting at. They really, ultimately, all we're doing in the budget is approving the
But
transfer.
we want to have a plan. Deputy Treasurer Mason's going to speak on this as well, but we need to have a plan that we're going to spend that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you to Councillor Smith, you're right. If the budget were being voted on for adoption today, you would be approving the transfer in of 730, but you'd also be approving the transfer out for the purchases. Now, secondarily, what happens is that you're approving the department heads to go to market and get the tender prices. Those are going to come back to council. When you see those prices, you can say, we're not buying it. Then what happens is the dollars stay in the reserve fund. We're not drawing, they stay in there and they earn interest. I know one year we bought tenders back on a truck and they were so cheap, we bought two. They're still in operation today. So that's also a possibility. Not likely, but a possibility. The mayor is right that we do need to refine the plan, but to your point, if we get the money in there, when it comes time to, like, if one of these trucks, these Max Force engines gives up tomorrow and you got to replace it, the money's in the fleet reserve. If we don't get it in there, it's not.
Councilor Vino.
I just wanted to clarify, just for staff, I'm not looking for a formal report tomorrow or anything on this, but just if we could, sit down with all the department heads and kind of look at your fleet holistically and maybe identify certain types of vehicles, whether it's for example, it could be every pickup truck we buy is going to be a crew cab with a long box. Doesn't matter what it is, and it starts here, and by the end of its life, it ends up in that department. Because every department and every role in every department puts on different miles and does different work, and maybe abuses their vehicle more than not, just due to the nature of their work. it'd be nice to see maybe if we could start standardizing the fleet a little bit, going forward for future councils to not have to go through this all the time, right? We just start even plow trucks and stuff, right? Like I'm just saying that because we do this at my work, right? We try and keep every vehicle the same because it's easier on the mechanics, it's easier on the procurement, it's easier on the salespeople that you deal with, all of that. So it'd just be nice to maybe see if we could start to work towards that. That's all.
Fire Chief?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just one notable on that, with fire particularly, like these Dodge 3500s that we're going to start replacing vehicles with, those vehicles will be in our fleet 12, 15 years before we're looking at replacing them again. So as far as like the filtering down process, once we have those 2 or 3, we're not replacing those for an extended period of time. So it might be interesting to see how that fits into what Councillor Vino's saying. And just on another note, some of the other things that personally fires were looking at is group purchasing. So other fire departments within our county and stuff that are going to tender for fire trucks and different things, where we can potentially see savings and stuff on that as well to try and be more accountable.
Thanks, Chief. Other comments at this point on fleet? Very good. Thank you for that. Yeah, no, of course, not till January. Yeah.
Usually lunch gets us tired and fired us up.
Well, I had to, it's good. It's a good lunch. We had a good lunch. Okay. Environmental services. I think we have a new sheet for a binder.
So in front of you in the new sheets, excuse me, you'll see a little breakdown for environmental services. We've been very active, and when I say we, I mean council with staff in addressing this concern. This is a big ticket item when we start talking waste and curbside collection, right? So some accomplishments. So recycling was sent to HGC for processing and not the city of Cornwall, which has resulted in cost savings for the processing fees per metric ton. Curbside waste was sent to GFL to help extend the life of the Matilda landfill. That commenced July 1st of 2024. And council made a big decision in no longer accepting IC&I waste at the Matilda landfill commencing January 1, but will allow residential construction debris starting in January. So nothing will change as far as that. When we talk about variances for the budget, we did see an increase to the waste collection line due to the fact that it just costs more money to haul it to GFL. So it was the fuel surcharge that's getting us as part of the variance. So where are we looking for capital for the landfill? There's a large pile of concrete at the Matilda landfill, and that's been an accumulation of concrete panels from sidewalks, foundations, you name it. It's just been put in the corner, and we have to address that. So there's money set aside to have somebody come in and grind that down into more manageable pieces, so that we can either use it as cover on the hill, or we can use it as a base for our transfer station in the future. That's just, we need to address it. We're in the preliminary designs for the transfer station, which was brought at a council meeting. The recycling, effective January 1st, the municipality will no longer be in the recycling collection game, if you want to call it that. That will be then HGC or Mterra, who will be the collector. HGC will be the subcontractor doing the collecting on behalf of Mterra. That will commence January 1st. All the commercial properties within South Dundas have been notified, and tell them about making alternative collection companies to handle their recycling. And a closure plan is in the works for the Matilda landfill as well. That's going to be based off of the annual reporting that WSP will be presenting to council, hopefully early 2025 on their findings. Topographical survey is going to be done next Tuesday or Wednesday. Then that'll help us determine our useful life in the Matilda landfill. So that's where we're at with the environmental services. I can answer any questions which you might have in regards to that.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the concerns I have, and I've been looking at this budget for a while, so you still have revenue coming from WDO. Oh, Mr. Mason already has hands up.
Told you it was quick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fairly confident I know where Councillor Ward is going with this. So after we printed this budget, we were made aware that the contribution of $245,000 will no longer be coming from MFAM. So if I have the acronym right, if you look down at the very bottom of that page, you'll see there's a transfer to reservists and reserve funds, which was budgeted to go up by $200,000. So since we're losing that $245,000 revenue, we're obviously going to have to adjust that transfer backwards, because that's where the savings were going to go for the savings for curbside, for recycling.
So the transfer to reserves would then be 201,000, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've moved the transfer to 250,000
250,000?
in the adjustments we're going to make.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I know, I just have another question. So actually, there's two more questions. One is, I see consulting is going up 41,000. Is that for the transfer station? Okay. And then my subsequent question to that is, where are we saving for the transfer station here to be constructed? So if we're putting 250,000 in for the closure of Matilda, where's the money for the transfer station? You're looking.
Treasurer, Deputy Treasurer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to the construction of the transfer station, there is no dollars budgeted other than what's in the reserve. And part of my purpose for increasing that number to 450,000 was to get ready to close the Matilda landfill. So there's no money in here for the construction of the transfer station.
So then I look to the rest of council and say, if we're going to build a transfer station and we have no money, perhaps we think about this, and think about it hard by January, because I'd rather personally not be taking out a loan to build a transfer station, because we have other things I think we need to build. So anyways, that's just my comment. Thanks, Mr. Mason and Mr. Harner.
Councillor Vino?
I actually do have a question on environmental for once. Two of them actually, just for the sake of people listening and whatnot. The recycling days are going to stay the same in this municipality as our garbage?
Through you, Mayor Broad, yes, for 2025, they will stay the same.
Okay.
For 2026, it could potentially change, and that will be at the discretion of the collector. So it could be waste on one day and it could be recycling on another day. But
Okay.
for 2025, the consistency is exactly as you know it.
Okay. And the second question is for the concrete that's there, because obviously we got to pay to crush that up now, but we would have to buy stone at some point. I realized some of it was our concrete from jobs, but it did mention in here that some of it was, outside contracts and whatnot. There was a lot, they paid for that whenever they dropped it. Okay, all right. That was my only question.
Councillor Ward.
Oh, I was just going to also make a comment that we did talk about the transfer station in depth at the last council meeting, and you did mention fees and figuring out what we were going to charge. Is the updated fee schedule going to come back, and then maybe this will be adjusted? Because I noticed we're decreasing fees, which I can appreciate, but maybe they need to increase. So just a thought for you guys.
Thank you, Councillor Ward, and through you, Mayor Broad. We will be bringing the fees and charges bylaw back at the first meeting in January, including the landfill tipping fees.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just on the concrete grinding, more of a question than anything, not budget related. But was there any chance that some of this is recycled concrete with drywall dust and stuff in it, or is it mostly just slabs? The only reason I'm asking is there's been, studies showing that when there's drywall dust grinded down and mixed in with the stone, soon as that, and it's buried, as soon as that drywall dust gets wet, then it expands and it will crack, and maybe it's not that big of a concern for the transfer station, but it was just more of a curiosity.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure what's in that pile. It's been from years and years of just accumulation. I know in the last, since we started the sidewalk replacement program, those are truly concrete sidewalk slabs. And whenever else is in there, I can't say what it is.
Okay, well, just maybe keep that in mind when you're having discussions with the consultants. Maybe we just gotta place this strategically so it doesn't maybe affect retaining walls if it does expand and whatnot. And I'm assuming we did research to see how much cost it would be to just get somebody to dispose of all this concrete.
So through you, Mayor Broad, yeah, so I reached out to 2 local companies, and I put 40,000 in as a budget number to have this work done, to have the grinding. We could come in cheaper, but I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, so the question was, what about just disposing of it? Would that be a heck of a lot more than just grinding it and keeping it?
So through you, Mayor Broad, dispose of it, you mean haul it offsite?
Yeah, just
I
somebody come and grab it and they grind it and use it, or?
Yeah, I didn't even reach out for that because I saw the end game that we potentially could have a use for that product. So that wasn't at the forefront when I presented the budget.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, so, you, Mayor Broad, so just while we're on the landfill topic and the closure plan, there's currently 900 and some thousand in the reserve right now. Approximately how much is it gonna cost to do the final closure, like the cap? And do we have any ballpark estimates yet on a total price of this transfer station?
So through you, Mayor Broad, speaking when we closed Williamsburg, we were around the 1.8 mil to, now that's reshaping, that's putting down clay product and then putting topsoil on top, which you have to do, there's no ways around that. That was the dollar we were at. So Matilda is equally, if not relatively the same size as Williamsburg, maybe a tad bit smaller per se. So that you're probably looking at $1.8 million to $2 million. I'd say more 2. And then the transfer station, I can't see it being a lot of money with the style that I want to go. It'll have like brick walls as the foundation walls. I mean, we could go elaborate and we can frame it and pour it solid concrete. But other than that, it's the bin rentals. It's not the Taj Mahal of transfer stations. It's very low. It's going to be more worker friendly than elaborate. Like, you won't drive in off the street and say, oh my God, look at that. That is the most beautiful transfer station I've ever seen in the world. No, maybe if we plant a tree around it, we might say that, but that's where we're at. So I hope to keep the cost down when it comes to that side of it.
Okay, thank you, Manager Hyman. Anything else on environmental services? Moving on to Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I, much like my colleagues here today, I want to take a quick little chance to definitely thank all the staff in Parks and Rec. Ultimately, they put together all the great stuff that's in this budget binder for you, whether it's the staff out in the rink or out in the parks. They're the ones that keep the recreation in South Dundas beautiful, and so we're looking for your guys' support to keep doing that here moving forward. But I wanted to definitely thank our staff for all their work that they put out this year and even preparing some of this budget. So in front of you today is a little bit of our budget numbers, so a little bit about what we did in 2024. Obviously, busy as always, the new viewing platform and a few of the capital projects. On this page, I know there's a few projects I'm quite proud of. One was getting the 2 water fountains installed. That was 100 men money from during COVID that the project kind of got delayed and delayed and delayed. And they look great. They're nice to have in the parks. The other one is we've caught up in parks on ash removal, and this year we took a big jump forward in tree replacement. Even ignoring the incident down at the waterfront, before that we had installed about 40 to 60 new trees within our parks here in South Dundas. So as much as the last couple of years we were taking down a lot of the dead ash trees, we've really taken a good step forward in replacing a lot of those trees and trying to be strategic where we put them. And then from there, another thing I know that myself and the staff are really proud of is, and I know the mayor already alluded to it today, is that, this community is very busy. There's things going on every single weekend, and our team's happy to support all those groups. I know we had a staff member here during lunch today. I was talking to him. He's putting out the barricades for the Santa Claus parade, and then he's running up to Princeton to go double check that the bathrooms are clean and everything's ready for the tree lighting tonight. And I know the team takes a lot of pride in being involved in all these little projects and helping out every single weekend. From there, there's the budget notables. Most of the stuff in here is capital, so we'll save that until we get into the capital sheet in tab 18, just save you guys a little bit of flip in between the tabs. And then that takes us into a little bit more of the operational budget. Not a lot of large changes in here. I am quite happy to see the arena revenue climbing a little bit. I think a lot of that is, especially on the advertising side, in the last 2 or 3 years, we've gone from 30 to 43. I think there's another sign showing up today. So the walls are getting full. We're starting to sell more spaces on the boards. Even the sponsored ice time, I know we're not getting a huge uptake, but every session of sponsored ice time is as valuable as one of those signs for an entire year. So we're seeing some additional revenue coming in there. The other one that, going back to the earlier comments this morning, and it'll definitely be a little bit sad for the village or the town to see, but so there is an arena seasonal contract added in there. And that's just a little bit of attrition planning. Unfortunate for this town, Krusty's retirement is coming up soon. So we're just looking at adding a little bit of a contract just so that way we get something in the rink. At the end of the day, the arena kind of falls in the same department as water. There is some TSSA regulations and like an entire pressure vessel system there that you are responsible for and ultimately council is responsible for. So we want to make sure that we get properly training done. So there's a couple of months of overlap allowed in there just to get somebody in to be trained in the arena before Krusty's retirement. But other than that, there's not a lot of changes within the operations side of the rec budget. But if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
The mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Broad, it's kind of a question, maybe planning, treasurer, parks. When we get the cash in lieu from the developments that occurs, where does that money go to?
Through you, Mayor, it goes to the Parkland Reserve Fund.
Okay, directly into the Park and Reserve Fund. Okay, thank you. And do we know in 2024 what that value is? And with your growth, what is the projection for 2025? A little bit hard because we don't know commercial, industrial, if there's more coming, but.
Just while they're filling that in there. So through you, Mayor Broad, there are a couple of capital projects in the last couple of years that we have been funding through the Parkland Reserve. Obviously, there's a little bit of limitations on what we can spend that money on. But for example, the gazebos that we installed this year, those were both based off of the growth in Dutch Meadows and the growth along Lakeshore Drive. That's where we did those. And this year we're proposing, with the coming growth in Iroquois, we're looking at continuing to do upgrades in Haldane Park using that reserve fund.
Yeah, that's perfect for the reminder. I know I got personally asked that a couple months ago, and that's the answer I actually gave was that's how we were funding the gazebos.
So through you, Mayor, there is no money being transferred into the account in 2025, or nothing budgeted. And the balance balance after the transfer out, it would be 238,593 is what would be left at the end of 2025.
Okay, so we don't try to project how much revenue we're going to receive from cash in lieu for future development?
We haven't budgeted for that ever.
We normally don't,
No.
right? Because it's fluent. We really don't know when they're going to come on board or whatnot. I get it. Okay. Yeah.
Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Typically, for accounting purposes, we wouldn't record that as revenue because it's limited as to how we can spend it. So we would, any dollars that come in through those routes would just be automatically transferred in there. It wouldn't show on a revenue line anywhere.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
So a very large budget affecting the bottom line in a big way, so, any other questions at this point? Okay. Same tab, recreation, I assume? Yep.
Yeah, so moving along to the next budget, we have our recreation programming budget. This year, we continue to see exponential growth in our registration. Ultimately, we're going to have $95-ish thousand in revenue from our programs that we're offering. That did lead to a little bit of overages in our materials and supplies and stuff like that. But it's a good problem to have. We're offering more programs. It costs a little bit more, but we're also generating more revenue to offset it. Outside of that, there are some other things that we cover within this community program or within the recreation program budget, which is our community program. So our community litter pickup that we do in the spring, but also our Adopt a Flower Bed program that we rolled out this year, which was actually a great success. I think we had about 10 to 12 volunteers come out, manage some flower beds. We provided them with all the supplies they need. All they provided us with was the labor. So it was a great program there. Outside of that, if we go into the breakdown of budget, you'll see some of the increases. So yet again, we are looking for a few more students within this budget. That's as we discussed earlier. So that's just fitting with our operations. You know, there's a couple more lifeguards and our camps are getting busier and the needs in our camps are a little heavier. So we're just trying to improve our ratios so that way we can continue to offer the best programs. And then some of the other increases from similar to what we've seen in corporate services and buildings is we're absorbing some of our own advertising money and our own software lines. So that's what's stemming some of that increase as well. But other than that, if council has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I do have a request from the Community and Development Committee, and you can bring it on January 13th. Could you bring a cost, and even if it's possible, there are a lot of ifs, of lifeguarding on weekends for a certain amount of hours or a certain amount of weeks? It's something we talked about at that committee. If you could, Director, come up, just so we would know what that would kind of look like overall to a cost add. If it's another lifeguard, you know, how that kind of could work with your life. Sorry to kind of surprise you on it, but it was something that came up last week at our meeting and like, oh yeah, I'll bring that up at our budget talks. So not to say we're going to add it or take it out, at least we'd have the info for the committee meeting. Right, Deputy?
Yes, correct.
That council, okay, for sure. Councilor Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have less of a question and just more of a comment, and it's more that I could be more proud of this and where recreation programming has started and now where it is now. Melissa does a fantastic job. I get compliments, and I'm giving you this comment to hopefully either she's watching or you could pass it on to her. I get compliments all the time on all the new programs that are being launched, the diversity of programs for all ages. You know, running summer camps, before and after school programming. We never used to have those things in this township, so that's a big plus. And I would say from an age group that has children and then friends groups that have children, they're very well received. And there's limited daycare options in this area, so those after school, before school, after school program and the camps are phenomenal and a huge asset to many families. And I don't know if Councillor Smith hears the same thing in the community, but I just want to say kudos to your department, and I think this is a very valuable asset that I hope to see continue to grow, and I will support that as well. So, thank you.
And so through you, Mayor, to Council, a little further to that, I know in one of the slides that I did, we are sort of hitting our cap in the number of programs we can offer. So both myself and Melissa have put a much, and CAO Mills hinted to it, we put a lot of our focus going forward into partnerships. So you guys are starting to see with the Youth Wellness Hub, we're starting to try and meet with other organizations in SDNG, because what we do is great, but if we keep growing, then it's going to keep costing more. So we're trying to find some alternatives on our own end that we're trying to find the partnerships as well, because we're also hitting our cap in like diverse programs and all that we can offer. And it's a great problem to have, but our focus in 2025 is a lot on finding partnerships.
Yeah, that's great, because then if that relieves some of the burden of some of the programs we're doing, we can add more on in a different area or seed them, right? That's we grow a program that somebody else can run and operate, that's up and running, and then your team can seed something new, right? And build it up again. So thank you for that, Councillor Ward. Thank you, Director. Any other comments? All right, seeing none. Campsite and marina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in front of you is the campground accomplishments. So we did have another record year for revenue at the campground this year. We exceeded budget by quite a bit. The marina, we were actually about $1,000 or $2,000 underneath our budget in the docking fees, but we exceeded our fuel budget. But we were basically dead on budget at the marina as well this year. In 2025, there's no real capital projects planned. And then as we head into the more detailed breakdown of each building, just some minor changes within the budgets. The campground's looking at about a profit of about $59,000 to $60,000 this year. And as discussed at our last committee of the whole, the marina's currently we're projecting almost no profit next year, which fits with, we were expecting it to be somewhere between nothing and 2,000, which is one boat here or there could be the difference of how much profit we see at the marina, which, but other than that, if anybody has any questions on these budgets, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. It's more of a process question, actually, if Director Jansen doesn't mind. So if the marina starts to require funds from the tax base, okay, so this year, I'm talking about this 2025, would that come back to council before it's spent? Or how would that work? I just want to understand.
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Ward, and I'm sure Treasury will correct me if I'm wrong, we do have a marina-specific reserve. So I think if we ran a deficit at the marina this year, it would be covered by that reserve, and that reserve has about $30,000 in it. So I don't think, if we're running in that type of deficit, I will make sure that council knows. But if we're running, $800, $1,000 in the red this year, it would be covered by previous year's profits.
So from your question was operational, but if it was capital, it would come, right? That would be.
Yeah,
But they would come on the capital side, but operational, we do have a small reserve. Okay, yeah. Yeah, clarifying for myself is like, too, it's paraphrasing, so I understood. Okay. Facilities. Moving on from the next slide.
Yeah. You didn't want to go back
We
and
need
look
to
at
write
that slide
the
a
check.
little more?
No, we need to write the check on that.
But to the picture, the point of the very first picture in there, we are making, we've applied and done our delegation at Roma with regards to this project. We have our application in. I'm pretty optimistic about the grant application, but at the end of the day, it's just my optimism. We'll see if the province wants to help us out or not. But in writing that grant, I must say, we are in a very good position there. At the end of the day, the municipality in our reserves has 50% of that project ready to go, which makes us a very attractive grant application here at the arena. But moving along into some of the accomplishments this year, yet again, a busy year. Facilities runs into, it hasn't really come up today too much, but I call it the budget principle. We're just budgeting numbers today. I don't have a magic 8-ball that can tell me what's going to break. And you can see there in the pictures is the rooftop unit at the Justice Building, which was our surprise that we got this year, just finished getting replaced. It ended up being a $50,000 replacement. Very similar, and when you go through the facilities budget here line by line, you'll see somewhere this year, for example, Williamsburg Rec Building, we lost our water pressure tank, which ended up being a $2,000 repair. Well, that's the entire repairs and maintenance budget for that building. So most of what council's going to see in here is a lot of just small ups and downs in repairs and maintenance budgets. But ultimately, we're kind of at the fate of our aging infrastructure buildings on how much repairs and maintenance they're going to need. So you look at somewhere like Dunbar that has a $2,000 repairs and maintenance budget, one good furnace repair that they need a control board or a capacitor, well, there's half that budget gone, and you're trying to limp through for the rest of the year. So a lot of the facilities budget, I will say, runs on, we're doing our best to budget in the right amounts that we're covered But if something does go wrong, we might be in trouble there, but we'll adapt to that as we go. Outside of that, on the staffing end, there is 2 additional students within this budget. That kind of plays off of the beach report that you guys got the other day, and us looking to just, try and help with a little bit of weekend staffing there. But outside of that, there's not a lot of large changes in this budget, but like I said, it's a lot of $300 out here, $1,000 down here type of lines. So if anybody has any questions about specific lines, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Ward.
Thanks, Mayor. So I don't know if this is more of a question or a comment, but so contribution to reserve from facilities is from revenue received from rentals. Is that how we contribute? If there is a contribution?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a contribution that goes to reserves for this building to via the rent from the tenants on the main floor that goes to pay the debt charges.
And that's the only reserve contribution?
That is the only reserve contribution, save for some dollars in this year for capital.
Okay. May I have a
Yes, I'll
follow-up?
continue for sure.
Subsequent, so I think I've said this before, but I would really like to see facilities bring some sort of methodology forward for funding a reserve for these facilities. And as part of that, we need to have a discussion, I think, as council about some of these facilities and moving forward, because I'm sure we're gonna have to make them all accessible relatively shortly based on the ODA standard changing. So we're gonna be spending some big bucks here and we don't have any money in our reserve. So I guess, I've seen some good calculations done by some other municipalities. I'm sure you've probably seen them as well, but I'd really like to start having that discussion because right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, more than 10 buildings that we don't have any savings account for. It's a comment.
Yeah, no, of course. And we could, on our asset management plan too, we should take a look at what that calls for directly. Would give us some guidance of, where we need to get to and, and the Councilor Ward's point of where do we start, I guess is your point, right? Where do we start? Yes.
And I guess
Treasurer.
to add to that, at our next meeting, our asset management coordinator, he will be presenting the 10-year level of service plan, and it will include facilities. So we'll be looking at that a little closer on what our options are going forward.
No, that's great. Yeah, so this is great. We're going to take in a pile of information leading into January, right? When we'll be making some decisions and whether we defer or at least get them organized for 2026, right? That's the point where we're at. So well, that's good. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Broad. Just a question for you on the reserves. Ending balance for the campground reserve is like 271,497. Campground reserve? 271,497?
Through your mayor, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, was that allocated for anything? Long-term?
So through you, Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, our campground electrical, site layouts, and a lot of that stuff is aging. At the end of the day, we have some not unserviced lots. We have a lot of 15 amp lots and 30 amp lots. We have no 50 amp lots. And to be perfectly honest, in some of the more modern campgrounds, you're starting to see 80 and 50 amp as the standard. Also, the number one question we have to ask when somebody calls to book our campground now is, how long is your camper? We have about 50% of our sites are about 45 feet long, 50 feet long, and the other 50% are actually only about 28 to 30 feet. A lot of campers out on the road nowadays can be north of 45 feet. So what's coming down the line is we're gonna have to start phasing in some infrastructure upgrades at the campground are coming. As much as we have a nice, beautiful new building there, the next stage is the actual site infrastructure.
But it's gonna be kind of hard to recoup that cost from user fees, though, I would suspect.
Well, through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor, that's what the reserve fund is for. So at the end of the day, if, let's say we want to do $1 million of site upgrades there, and we phase it over 4 years, well, there's $250,000 already sitting in reserve, ready to start working on that, right? And that's, we're looking at a $60,000 profit this year at the campground.
Yeah, okay. I think as Councillor Ward says, I think we should take a look at all of our facilities pretty in-depth here. And I don't know if municipalities need to be in the campsite business, but we can have that discussion when we get to it.
Okay, Treasurer Stewart.
So through you, Mayor, our next is capital.
Capital, okay. Tab 18, right? Yeah, we've done some already, so. Yeah, sure. Maybe before we get into the last biggest piece, we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, like 5 minutes.
Why do you look at me? It's the mayor's is the call, he's the chair. I mean, he says we're breaking, we're breaking.
Okay, continuing budget conversations for the municipality of South Dundas, Friday, December 6th. Capital, Treasurer Stewart.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, we are on to capital. We have had, I guess, a bit of discussion of the various requests. Let me back up to give you a further explanation on what we have here. So various departments handed in what their requests were for capital items for 2025. We prepared the budget. From what we prepared and what we saw, some items were removed, but rather than remove them and not have them completely removed, we decided to put them over to one side so that we could review everything. So just so you have an understanding of other requests that came in from the departments. So the, I guess, red column shows the ones that have been removed from the budget, but still were a request by the various departments.
Would it be worthwhile, just to get this going, to just go through each segment? I know we talked some of these, just say what each segment is, and then if we are gonna have a question on it.
To go through
Just-
one by one?
Yeah, kind of, the ones that were, just say what they are, and then if we got a question on it, at least I get a feel for what are all the projects. Yeah, I was, whichever, or we could highlight each one of the sheets. One or the other. Just do, right.
Can you say what you said earlier about what's highlighted here to be removed, reducing?
So can we just go through each line? You can say what's in and out, and then. So that-
Sure. So if we start with administration, I guess initially, there was 30,000 for archives digitization, and 15 of that 30,000 was removed, and now the request is just the 15,000.
Yeah,
But that's just because we're gonna get 50% back from,
no,
That-
This is showing what the director's.
No, we cut 50. Now we get half of the 15 back. Yes.
Okay. So I'm just, so then, I believe the next one, I'm not sure if I updated this properly, it's records management, if the Director of Corporate Service could clarify.
Yeah, so if we're looking at the remove column, we had 20,000 for records management. We did remove that because we didn't spend a lot of our capital on records management last year. We stayed consistent with the current records management system we use. So instead, we're doing the 30,000 modernization, where we could use that capital to continue to modernize the administrative office, council chambers, conference room.
yeah, and we cut the website.
Yeah.
Website made 12,000.
Yeah, we
didn't
found that
include it.
that's-
So
that's right.
for, I'll do it. For administration, we have 45,000 in, and we cut everything in red, not included in the bottom line,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Okay. So AcDev, we have 0 today, and we cut out 30,000 for a BR&E study. Okay,
Yeah,
Continue.
sorry, I
Yeah,
guess,
yep.
just to go through what we cut, I mean, I'd rather talk about what we got in it versus what we cut.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
okay, so we can start with we'll start with facilities.
Okay, would you like?
So
to-
we can talk what's in.
Okay, so what is remaining is Matilda Hall dishwasher, 12,000. Williamsburg and Matilda Garage ventilation system, 55,000. 5 College Street Wellness Hub and storm drainage, 76,000. Justice Building accessible washrooms and upgrade, accessible washroom upgrade and emergency systems, 275,000. Carmen House, ceiling repair and fireplace repairs, 10,000. Then there is Iroquois Plaza, 50,000, and Morrisburg Plaza, being the engineering and surveying and cost estimate for full repair, 60,000.
Yeah, and then, so just on those projects, on the right-hand side, we can see what of that amount is coming out of reserves and what's not, right?
That's correct.
So we can balance that off between the two. Yeah, yeah. Councilor Vino.
Through you, Mayor Broad. This is just, again, because this is a high-level discussion here today, and so there's something for council to chew on before now and January. There's a couple projects in the facilities here that got pulled, and they've been pulled the last couple of years. And whenever you read into their, there's a sheet in here about the facilities budget that did get pulled. Someday, these are gonna cost us more and more money as we let this go. So the Matilda Hall is one that I was looking at. We were just talking about, you know, about all the events that we're having back there and how great of a hall it is, but it's been the roof's been leaking for 10 years. And so that's evident with the ceiling tiles, which we have to pay to replace, and then there's inevitably gonna be water damage that makes that a bigger bill down the road. So that one and the watchtower removal. So the stones are coming down and the glass is coming down. Somebody could get hurt. We're damaging our roof that we have to fix. It's going to cost us more money. So where I'm going with this is, I know I'm going to say a bad word, but we don't want to borrow money typically. But there's some projects here that if we can't find it, if it's going to be every year we go through this and we can never find the money in taxation for the upfront cost for these things, we just keep deferring it for the next 10 years. We might as well liquidate those assets now, because we're just pushing a wave. So
Yeah, no, I think you're highlighting the challenges we have for
I-
sure. So I appreciate you highlighting a couple of projects that you feel are very important.
yes,
Yeah.
it's just something to think
And,
on.
and I think that's the exercise of why they're still all on the sheet for us to prioritize and,
Yeah.
and take a look at, right, to make sure. Yeah, we're
something to
we're
think on.
making decisions on that, so, very good. Okay, yeah, yeah, no,
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. So back to my facilities discussion earlier about reserves and money coming out of the reserve. So the 275,000 that's coming out of the reserve to fund the Justice Building, washroom and fire alarm system, does that have a reserve? Or where is that, please, someone?
Through you, Mayor Broad, it's through the facilities reserve that we're funding this.
So there is a facilities reserve.
There is currently, yes. I believe the question earlier was any money going into the
Right.
So how did this money get into this reserve then? I guess, did we contribute this? Who's contributing?
previous years.
For that specific building? No, for all the buildings? Okay. So every building that contribute excess revenue is now funding Justice Building, just so I understand, hypothetically. Correct, okay.
and we always gonna look back, yeah, Councilor Bennett, yep.
So I was just gonna add on to what Councilor Ward just said. Are you suggesting perhaps that every building, every department, every little segment needs its own reserve moving forward? Because that would potentially be an accounting nightmare, would it? It would be very, it would not be simple.
It would create through you, Mayor, it certainly would create a bigger list and become a little more complicated, that each one is going to put a certain amount away. That's what the whole asset management plan is for and about. It's to put reserves in one area, knowing that next year it's for this, the following year it's for a different building, but it's one pot contributing based on what's needed for everything.
So through you, Mayor, it'd be similar, in my mind, to the fleet reserve. So every facility would be held in a facilities reserve, but it would be dictated based on the asset management plan, just like the fleet reserve, about asset replacement. But the reason why I want to see each facility is because there are some facilities that get no use and we make no revenue on. So we need to have those discussions is how are we going to fund a reserve for that building if we don't get any revenue out of it? You know what? That's why I want to see each individual building at some point, because I think we have to have a bigger discussion about how do we fund a reserve for a building that we have no use for, or maybe have a use for and we haven't used it to its full potential. Do you understand?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, but I see what you're saying, but there's certain buildings that we have here that you say we have no use for, but like, for instance, like Dunbar and Riverside, they have their own user groups that they do their own thing, and so no, we don't directly get any money out of them, but are you suggesting that we sell them to them, or like we still, it's still a responsibility, it's still a level of service on our part that we still should have these buildings?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, to Councillor Smith, I think my thought is I just want to see the numbers. I want to see who's using them. I want to see how often they're used. I want to see the usage, because if someone's only using that building twice a year, even if it is a service group, perhaps we have another building that they could be using instead. It's a bigger discussion than budget right now. Like this is a report that I think will have to come back to a committee of the whole at some point, because that would need to be discussed along with the asset management plan, because I think I'm a little bit concerned what the asset management plan is going to show, to be honest with you, and how underfunded that is. So I think it's just a bigger discussion, but not one that I'm not looking to get rid of any facilities in 25 or 26. It's a bigger discussion for, I think, the asset management discussion. That's all.
Treasurer?
Through you, Mayor, just to add to that, so the asset management plan, what we have currently, with what the asset management coordinator will be bringing, will not change what we have currently and what we're saying we need as far as reserves currently. What he's going to be bringing is, going forward, are we changing the levels of service? If not, none of that changes. But if we do make changes to the level of service, eliminate a building or whatever, various things, then that's where there will be changes. But if we choose to continue in the same direction, there will be no changes to any of that plan.
But through you, Mayor, our asset management is significantly underfunded based on the slide previous. So realistically, if we want to keep the buildings in good shape, the same level of service, we need to be contributing significantly more money in taxation. So that's the point I'm making. Like, I want to see that from Tyler, I guess, where we're at, and then how to make that money back, whether it's through taxation, user fees, or elimination of a level of service. That's the discussion, I think, for all facilities that we need to have.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Broad, but I agree with you. I'd like to see that picture as well, but I think the reality is we will never, ever contribute the amount we need in asset management. There's just no way. So I understand I agree with what you're saying, but I just, to be realistic, we would never have enough funds. The only way we would have enough funds is if we start cutting other levels of service and cutting roads and cutting some bridges and cutting rec programs and beaches and all that, just to be able to fund that. So I think what it really comes down to is making sure we are at a comfort level on the amount of money we contribute to the reserve and reserve funds each year, that if something happens, at least we have an emergency fund to cover the immediate cost.
Treasurer?
Just looking at some information that we had previously from the asset management coordinator. So this is, back in October, correct? 2024 asset management plan. The annual requirement for facilities is 2.2 million is what we need to be transferring to reserves, including the plazas.
So the
Sorry,
Deputy Mayor's
yes.
point, there'll be a lot of years before we get to 2.2 million, but if we got 22,000 or 220,000, maybe
750, that includes the plazas.
we might get something kickstarted. So yeah, both legitimate. Director Jansen.
And yeah, so through you, Mayor, to council, like just to put a bow on some of the asset management thing, what I'm going to refer to as the table of sadness is on page 111 in your binders. It shows what the asset management coordinator has, because at the end of the day, we're talking about just facilities right now. But it's not just in facilities that we have an infrastructure deficit. We're seeing it in roads, in bridges, in everything. So I know it's what makes the job that you guys are sitting out there today doing so difficult, but at the end of the day, yes, our asset management plan is falling behind a little bit, and that is the chart that shows it, so.
But I think, interesting enough, though, that, when we have the fleet full schedule, not, we have individual ones, but when you see all our fleet and you see all the 20 years and when they might come up, right, you kind of get at least a feel for a picture. Here's all our cars, trucks, whatever it may be, and then, where we're going. And to your point, maybe we could see a little bit better, here's all our buildings, and, we're starting to plan out. We can kind of see some things happening longer term, right? So I think that's a good way maybe to look at it. And then we can explain to people or describe to people why we make certain decisions, right? Yeah. Okay. Fire, a couple items on the fire capital list that we already kind of talked about.
Yes, so fire, tower repair and maintenance, 14,592. Bunker gear replacement for 27,000. Switch from analog to digital, 119,557. Those are the three.
Those are the three. Good. Fleet, which we did. Okay.
Okay.
Recreation.
Recreation, all right, so items that are still on the capital asset list. So Haldane Park, 72,000. Morrisburg Waterfront Committee, 30,000. Iroquois Waterfront Committee, 35,000. Loyalist Park swing set replacement, 29,000. Arena compressor, it's a rebuild, 10,000. Arena dehumidifier, 90,000. Seaway structures, 8,000. Iroquois waterfront lighting, 135,000. Ball diamond upgrade, Iroquois, Williamsburg, and Riverside, 55,000. Iroquois beach cube replacement, 60,000. Morrisburg and Iroquois beach, buoy line replacement, 5,000. And beach upgrade, 30,000. So, sorry, I'll continue, I guess, with the recreation programming. So youth working group funding, 5,000. Medical center, third floor cabinets, municipal center, sorry, us, 12,500.
Very good. And then just a note, obviously, we have a significant donation on the right-hand side on the Iroquois waterfront that's offsetting that. And it looks like that we didn't cut any of the potential capital. We just reduced the amounts overall, I guess, right, at this point on the recreation side.
Yes.
Yeah, Councilor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I look at the reserve funds page, this page, this little chart here, if you go down to the bottom, it says Morrisburg Waterfront Reserve, Iroquois Waterfront Reserve, ending balance 0, 2025 proposed. Yes, Mr. Hayes. Can you just
Deputy
explain-
Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Ward. It shows balance 0 for 2024 because we've not yet made the reserve transfers for any surplus. That will be coming on your agenda for December 11th.
Thank you.
One of the challenges of doing the budget date today versus January, there's a few things not in and out, right? So good we have the explanations in front of us on the actuals versus where we'll be at the end of the year. Councilor Vito.
Thank you, Mayor. This question for Director Jansen. Just for, you probably have a really good answer for this, but I just want to get my head around it. For the dehumidifier, $10,000 for engineering, we can't just buy the same one that we have now and put it in?
So through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Vino, it is a 25-year-old model, so putting in the exact same model isn't quite recommended. And just learning some lessons learned from other municipalities around us. I know both North Dundas and Cornwall have been having some dehumidification issues in their arenas. I just want to do a little bit of due diligence. whether that $10,000 actually ends up all being spent, I'd like to get an engineer in just to spec the model and the size that we need, just to make sure that I'm not undersizing, or in, similar to the Justice Building here, we could be oversizing. Like the unit that we just replaced at the Justice Building, we downsized that unit by 5 tons. And long-term, there's gonna be savings there. So it's just, sometimes spending that little bit of money on engineering is better for the municipality.
Okay. Okay, and then we could just quickly highlight the Public Works. Yeah, sorry, yeah, Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I just wondered if we could just go back for a second.
Yeah.
In the, we missed the Club Cadet tractor in the fleet. We never talked about that one. Whenever we were doing fleet before. Yeah, Director Jansen.
Yeah, okay, so that's, yeah, it was not a vehicle, it was tractor, so when we were looking at vehicles.
No worries.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Smith. I thought I was getting off without having to talk about fleet today, but here I am. So the Cub Cadet definitely falls into that, what Director Hyman referred to, we defer. So our wonderful Cub Cadet tractor is, we aren't even exactly sure what year it is. We believe it's in the early 90s. For the last 2 years, when we've gone and done capital projects, we've actually just rented a tractor. Sometimes what we run into with the Cub Cadet is it's basically just a 3-point hitch at this point. If we wanted to put a front-end loader on it, finding a universal front-end loader mount to put on a 1994 Cub Cadet is difficult to do. So what we're looking at doing is, one, just replacing something that's been deferred for the last 10 to 15 years, and then also looking to improve our operations by getting more versatility. Like at the last 2 years, we've ended up renting a tractor for about an entire month in the summer at a cost, and that's been absorbed by some of the capital costs, but it'll improve our operations. So that's under the summary of that capital sheet. It's one of the oldest things in our fleet, if not the oldest. So it's definitely due for an upgrade, and I think it'll improve our operations by giving us more versatility. At the end of the day, the tractor we're using right now, like I said, is mostly just a 3-point hitch. So I'd love to get a little bit more of a mower capability, a small front end loader, just to give the department a lot more flexibility in what we can do.
This is the tractor that does all our diamonds.
And yes, to you, Mr. Mayor, that's
we
due
trailer
to the
it.
fact it's only a 3-point hitch. That's really all we use it for. So we're hoping to be able to utilize it for a few more things.
So we trailer it all throughout the municipality every day, every few days. We're trailing it all around. Okay, Public Works.
So in Public Works, we have Nation River Road, which is a joint project with North Dundas, $40,704. Sidewalk for Brinston and Iroquois. So originally, the request was about $235,000. We later reduced it to basically half of the project. So what is in the budget is $114,048. What was removed was Lakeshore Drive Storm System. Still in is the Master Road Patrol System for $16,078. Post Driver, $3,053. So the landfill concrete grinding, $40,704. And landfill transfer station plan at $9,625. Would you like me to proceed with the roads as well? And then we can have a conversation
Sure,
on
yeah,
everything?
just, yeah,
Okay.
highlight those. Yeah.
Sure. So, Muttonville Road, $59,649. Hutt Road, $187,215. Roy Road, $123,799. Hummel Road, $65,093. Brooks Road, $117,889. Young Road, $218,483. Pigeon Island Road, $314,997. DeYoung Road, $35,342. Gary Road was one that we did remove at $203,317. And Salmon Road, $361,244 was also removed.
Counselor Ward.
Can I just ask a brief question to Director Hyman, Mayor, if I could? It actually has to do with, so I'm looking at your chart here. So it says 10-year service life, increase road strength. So is that what that lift is doing, is giving us an additional 10 years before you have to rebuild the road, or just out of my own curiosity?
So through you, Mayor Broad, so the theory behind it is we're putting down true asphalt, not double surface treatment. So we're leaving the existing base, we're leaving the existing road bed that you drive on, and we're adding another layer of strength, true asphalt strength, although it's 1.5 inches compressed to 1 inch. We're hoping to get 2 life cycles. So a life cycle is 7 years, 7 to 8 years. We're hoping to get 15 to 16 years out of the asphalt, if not longer, then, which would be a win.
Yeah, keep going, yeah, for sure.
And then back to that, sorry, Director Hyman, so after, say, 14 years goes by or 16 years goes by, then we can do this process again, or no? Just for my own, I'm just out of curiosity.
So through you, Mayor Broad, so we have 2 options at that point. We will now have had enough material added that we could do a cold in place, which the counties do, but you need the product to be able to grind up and mix emulsion and to lay back down. Right now, our roads are too thin, where at least with the asphalt, we're then increasing, so we can either put another 1 inch lift on top, gain us another 15, whatever, plus years, then we'll definitely have enough product to do like a cold in place operation using what's there and not have to bring in anything.
Yeah, I guess on that chart that Councilor was referring to, we can see the lengths too, like 0.5 kilometer, 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers, right? Those are that in the meters. So we can see, and one stretch is almost 5 kilometers, right? Salmon Road is a good big stretch or whatever. So. Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just as a quick summary, if you're looking at that capital page, the very bottom right-hand corner, in green says $521,539. That's the number that is added to the tax levy. And in order to have any impact on the tax levy, that's where the numbers have to be cut from. Everything else is either funded, as it says in the chart, by donations, grants, nothing for debt, reserves or reserve funds. And for the road program, it's almost predominantly funded by OCIF funding or gas tax / CCBF funding.
And or the only other place to cut would be the donation to the reserve fund, which was not ideal.
Well, or we, sorry. No, I want to make sure I say this correctly. Cuts could come from the reserve, and then you take the money that was allocated as a tax rate and cover that by the reserve.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
then,
right.
you know, you shift it over, right? So it's
Yeah.
Not specifically reducing the project that was identified as the tax rate, but it could be reducing projects that's identified under the reserve and move it over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor.
Yes.
I thought that so is the landfill grinding coming out of the reserve? I think it says it's coming out of the reserve on the capital sheet, but it says it's coming out of taxation. Which one is right? This one? Okay, thank you.
We gone through them all?
Yeah.
We check your list there, did you?
Oh, yeah, you noticed that.
Oh, yeah, I know, that didn't have to do it myself.
Yes, we did the onions. yes. Grants, crossing, we didn't, yeah. I think we got
Sorry.
it all.
Good.
Mike,
Counselor
thank-
Smith?
Yeah, through Mayor Brad, I did have a couple of questions just for Manager Hyman. The Nation Valley, the boundary road there, is North Dundas doing that project and we're just paying for a portion of it, or are we actually doing that project?
So through you, Mayor Broad, so that's a joint venture because it is a boundary road, we share the costs. North Dundas plows that segment of road.
Yeah.
So they spearheaded that project.
Okay.
So they went in and they ground it. They've been grading it, they've been doing all that. This was my contribution. We set this money aside last year, and North Dundas did not do that project. So in speaking with the director up in North Dundas, he said, no, let's go at it again. So I'm just putting that money back in the budget, and we're hoping for the best.
Okay.
So, and that's gonna, if you're familiar with that area, that's gonna essentially pave our portion around the curve where it butts up to where Edwardsburg Cardinal paved to. So that whole curve, there's 3 municipalities that work out of there.
Yeah.
4 municipalities, us, North Grenville, Edwardsburg Cardinal, and North Dundas. So it's really a unique intersection. So that's where it's gonna go around the curve, heading north-south, roughly about 200 meters, where it marries up to Edwardsburg Cardinal, where they finish paving.
Okay. Okay. So another question on the Princeton sidewalks. Do we plow those in the winter?
We clean them off with our tractor, just so that they're tidied up, so that there's no snowbanks, because the church is active there on Sundays. So yeah, every time for a snow event, our tractor goes out and climbs the top of the sidewalk and cleans them off, and everything gets carried to the Matilda wreck, all the snow.
Yeah. Okay.
Counselor Vito?
Might be scared to ask this then, but from a liability perspective, because we're not like maintaining them like a inner city sidewalk where we got salt going down and whatnot, if we open them at all, letting somebody walk on them, does that open us up for liability because we're not clearing them to the standard of every other sidewalk in a municipality?
Through you, Mayor Broad, so through our winter maintenance, that sidewalk is deemed closed in the wintertime. So it's essentially like every other sidewalk in town. They're deemed closed, meaning they should be snow covered. However, we're removing the snowbank because it's a parking restraint because of church and on Sundays is why we're cleaning that up.
Okay, any other comments to share, Treasurer Stewart, or?
Through you, Mayor, I have nothing further at this time. A few notes to go back and complete and pass on, but other than that, no.
Council team? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad. First of all, thank you very much for all the hard work from everybody. I think this was a very well-read document, an easy-read document, which is always very nice, straightforward. Appreciate you being patient with some of the questions. I'm sure after I keep reviewing this over the next, well, I'll take a break between Christmas, but after Christmas and get prepared again for the next round of comments, I'm sure I'll have some more additional questions. But at this time, I would like to put a motion on the table, if I may.
Yes, you may.
I'd like to put a motion on the table that we accept the water and wastewater rate increases effective for January 2025. Along with that, I'd like to also propose that we accept the capital works that's been presented, except for the upgrades to the plaza lining, just for now, because I believe we need to get a better picture of potentially how we're gonna finance them two projects. But I would like to put a motion to accept all other capital works as well, if I may.
Through you,
CO
Mr. Mayor.
Mills, yep.
Just for clarification, all capital works on that list are all related to water, wastewater?
Water, wastewater only. Yeah, thank you. Just water, wastewater. Yeah, sorry, David, you don't need to smile now. You know, not quite yet. Thank you for that clarification.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was gonna say then we should just pass the budget.
Well, I
it
could have
was
done
so
that 6 hours ago.
No, I think typically we try and pass the water wastewater in December so we can have the rates set for January 1st. And then I think, well, Deputy Mayor, when we looked at the capital, those couple projects we want to get on with in February, right? So I think the timing is right to pass those, pass the rate increases and then pass the capital works for wasted water and. Water.
Except for the two
Except for
plaza
the plaza,
projects.
so just
until-
those other couple items on there. Yeah, no, we can, yeah, well, we could do it now, or do you want to bring it on December 11th? Is that the,
Well, through you, Mayor Broad.
Yeah, sure.
I do have a motion here that
Okay.
I can read out loud, and
Sure.
if everyone's comfortable with it, then we can vote on it, or you can vote on it. Sorry, it's in principle, though. It's, okay, you go ahead.
So through you, Mayor, I believe Manager Villeneuve had something else to mention about capital, correct?
I guess this would be a time to mention it, because one item that we did forget, or I forgot to bring up was, I have on here $7,000 to replace the lighting at the Morrisburg water plant, part of the capital project. What's happening right now, the lights that we have there, they're dome lights, and they're, to replace them, they have to go up and get a scissor jack and replace these all. Anyways, right now, there's a government grant out right now to replace the lighting there with LED lights, and the total project is $7,000, but I have right now probably about 8 balances that are lights not working inside the facility, so one way or the other, they're gonna have to get replaced, but I think it's the time right now to do, with the government grant, to replace the LED lights for $7,000.
Yeah, that's
fine, that's fine. Yep, it's good.
I guess.
So, through you, Mayor Broad, the motion that I'll read it now. So that the Council of the Municipality of South Dundas accept in principle the presented 2025 draft water and wastewater rate increases and capital projects, except for the Morrisburg and Iroquois Plaza work.
So moved by Deputy Mayor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Ward. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so not, I'll give CEO Mills a chance to speak here at the end. But I guess, you know, just from our work going forward, so the intent was for us to, you know, get all the information, ask questions, and then, you know, between now and January 13th, if we have other questions, please, let's get them, filter them through with the treasurer and the clerk, so that we're prepared on January 13th to, you know, figure out how we want to finalize, formulate where we'll stand overall on the budget. But this definitely gives us a good kickstart. Typically, we haven't, in our first 2 terms, we haven't seen the budget till January, so this gives us, we're a month ahead of previous years, so I think that's great, and another challenging year ahead. CO Mills, any final
So,
comments?
through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank all the managers, directors, all the staff for the work they've done. I want to thank council for your support. There are a lot of questions that were asked today, and we'll be able to come back with answers. We're certainly looking forward to next Wednesday. We bring the asset management plan. It's like strategically we're bringing things together, and we'll come back in January with with a lot of information that you'll have, and we can make decisions.
Very good.
So thank you for council support, and thank you for everything staff's doing. And I also see that the weather is going to be snowy the next week, and our frontline staff will certainly be out there clearing the roads.
Absolutely. Very good. And before I close, any other comments for anybody? So I'll thank the CEO. Obviously, CEO Mills has thanked everybody, and I have at the start, but Obviously, our CEO does lead the discussions at times and helps us get to where we're at today. So I just want to say personally, on behalf of all of us, thank you, CEO Mills, for all your work. And of course, the whole team's hard work as well as he has mentioned. So I think a good productive day, good questions, good conversations. As Deputy Mayor said, I think we got a lot of good information to mull over and then come back in January and make some decisions. So with that being said, we'll wrap up today's council meeting with a motion. The council now adjourned to meet at the call of the chair. Moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Smith. All in favor? Carried. So for all those watching online or for all the staff here today, thank you for spending the day with us. Until our next council meeting on Wednesday night, December the 11th. See you then. Thank you.